Maureen, if I could ask you to start with the roll.
Sure thing. Tom Lovett.
Present.
Ayla Wilburn.
Present.
Kim Gleason.
Present.
Rich Werner. Tammy Colby.
Good morning.
Lyle Jepson. Hang on one sec. I'm just going to make sure that everybody that's joined the meeting can speak because I have them coming in. Hold on one second. Let me get Jenna set up. Here we go. Lyle Jepson. Jenna O'Farrell.
Present.
Mohammed Job.
Present.
Gray Fearon.
I'm present.
Chair Samuelson.
I'm here. Good morning. All right. Thank you. Are there any amendments to the agenda? All right. Hearing none, we'll move on to public to be heard. Just as a reminder, we do have a limit of 2 minutes per person. And as always, anyone who does wish to be heard is welcome to submit any comments that they might have in writing to be included as a link in our minutes. So with that, are there any members of the public who wish to be heard? If you're calling in, you may hit *5 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. It looks like we do have, sorry, I'm getting used to this, Andrew Proughton, if I've said your name correctly.
Perfect. Yeah, I just wanted to introduce myself. This is my first meeting here. I'm with the Agency of Education. I'm our new Assistant Director for Ed Quality and am the coordinator for Teacher of the Year. So I just wanted to pop in, introduce myself. I'll be kind of in and out of some other meetings, and I'll be back either at 11:05 or probably earlier, just in case. So thank you.
Thank you so much. It's very nice to meet you.
You too.
I thought I saw another hand. Maybe.
That is gone.
Okay. All right. Well, as always, we will leave this agenda item open, and then we're just going to scoot ahead to the other, the next items. So let's turn to the approval of our July 19th, 2023 meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
All right, it's been moved by Tom Lovett. Is there a second? Seconded by Kim Gleason. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes of our July 19th, 2023 meeting, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Are there any abstentions? Okay, it appears that the motion has passed unanimously. Thank you. For board announcements, I did get an email from Lyle saying that he has an early morning meeting and won't be able to join us until about 9:30 this morning. So I just wanted to pass that on. Are there any other board announcements? Okay. Oh, Maureen.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm just a little concerned because there are a few people calling in and I'm not able to unmute them. So why don't you just give me a second and see if I can't fix that, or you can carry on and I'll continue to try and unmute them.
No, that's okay. We can give it a minute.
I'm not having any luck. So there are two people on the phone. They haven't raise their hand. So I don't know, but I also don't know if they're able to do that, but I am not able to unmute them. I don't know if they can do that themselves. So I guess I would ask those people to maybe email me if they needed to speak.
Okay. Just for the public who might not have it, can you just provide your email address?
Or it's maureen.gadies@vermont.gov. So that's MAUREEN.GAIDYS @Vermont spelled out .gov. And I'll continue to try and work this. Sorry for the trouble.
Oh, no worries. Thank you.
Is it helpful to remind, is it *5 to raise the hand and *6 to unmute for those on the phone? Did I get that right?
You did. Thanks.
I see one of them is Jay Nichols.
Okay. So I'm wondering, I see that Interim Secretary Boucher is here with us. What I might propose is that we move on to the Secretary's update, and then we'll circle back one last time for public comment. So does that work for you, Heather?
Sure, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you. I apologize that I was able only to be at the first part of our last regular meeting. It's been a busy several weeks, I should say. I wanted to frame my update largely around flood recovery again, because that's really what's been focusing not all of our team's efforts at the agency, but many of our efforts. And as you can see, perhaps by looking out the window where you are, I certainly can see in Montpelier, it's still dreary and rainy, and we're not, we're now into a second system, I guess you would call it, which has interesting implications for FEMA availability. What is happening now or at the end of this week and forward would not be considered part of the same system that the initial flooding came from. So it creates some complications around having to requalify and those kinds of things. So the good news is, well, just to kind of table set, not good news, we have 10 schools across the state that have reported major damage from flooding, and we're pretty much done with collecting that data now. We've tried to get a report from every school, both independent and public. We strongly suspect at this point that if we haven't heard, it's that they're fine. So we're continuing to try and get that information, but we're really turning much more towards recovery. And in particular, so 10 have reported major damage, and then another 14 have reported minor damage. So if you think of the hundreds of schools we have, the vast majority of schools are not reporting any impact from the broader flooding and rain that we've had for over a month now. So one of the things that I wanted to note is, and I don't know if board members have had a chance to travel around the state, but it's kind of wild because you can actually see where flood damage has occurred, and then the next town over is perfectly fine. And so I think what that means is that it's an emergency that's unlike COVID, for instance. It's an emergency that's felt very acutely in some of our communities, and the rest are just, they're not really able to see it. And so it's kind of, life feels very normal for them. And so, that is what it is, but it actually just is something for us all to be aware of, because I know for our agency, there are many entities that are adopting kind of a, okay, like, let's just move on as though things are completely normal. And we're trying to do that, but things are definitely not normal for some of our communities. The good news is that we think that all public schools will definitely open on time. So they have been able to mobilize resources, those that had a major impact, and we're not hearing to date that that school will be delayed. There are a couple of independent schools, and I can get the actual names of them to board members if they're interested, that probably will have a delay. We're still trying to work with them to figure out what the logistics of that look like. And I'm now operating on that piece of information, a little bit outdated information. So I need to get back to my team and figure out that. What our State Emergency Operations Center team, which has now been kind of put on standby, so we're not over there at the center actively working through the flood. We're doing a lot of recovery work. What we're trying to focus on is really combing through the Vermont 211. You've certainly heard of Vermont 211 now. You probably knew about it before, but it's become a lot more salient during this flooding emergency. We're trying to work with the Vermont 211 data to kind of merge that with what the American Red Cross information is about trying to locate families, particularly with children, so that we can actually make sure our schools have a good sense of where their students are. We anticipate we're going to have more homeless students as a result of this. It's a bit of it's a very, I would say, dynamic, as my former supervisor, the former secretary would say, or fluid situation. So these data are not really, super high quality for what we're trying to do with them, but we are going to try and use them to actually overlay some census tract data that we can get from our Agency of Commerce and Community Development to really then push that data back to the district so that they can actually provide some outreach. So part of the challenge is that schools really often don't know what's going on in the summer, right? Unless they're running summer programs, which are not happening in these communities, obviously, that have been super impacted. And so we're really trying to give them as much information as we can, kind of ahead of the curve, so that they can prepare the supports that are going to be necessary for students kind of either not coming through the door or coming through the door. So more to come on that, but that's actually been a lot of our work in the past 10 days. We do know, largely, I would say, through anecdotal evidence, and we're trying as a state administration to address this. We do know that there are some families in some areas that are feeling, for a variety of reasons, having the attention of the quote unquote state is not a good feeling for them. And it's often, our more vulnerable families, our most vulnerable families that perhaps have had some, from their perception, some negative interactions from state partners or state entities. And so part of what we're trying to do is to convince all people to, register with Vermont 211, because if they don't, again, as I just shared, we don't have that information. We suspect and have heard that there are families that are living in some places that are condemned, and it's because they're very afraid of losing, their home, whether it's a rental or whether it's their own home. And so we're just trying to be very sensitive to the vulnerability that folks are experiencing right now, as well as really trying to get the word out that this is not about removing children from parents or anything. It's not about that. I mean, like, we're really trying to actually make sure that families can be safe, and acknowledging that a natural disaster like a flood is not typically something that would mean that your children are going to be separated from you. So again, a lot of that is anecdotal, but it kind of makes sense. In the middle part of the state, we have an entire mobile home community that has been condemned. And so, you know, not only is that about families, it's about, many vulnerable folks in that community. Still assessing some of the damage from the flooding that occurred in Rutland and Addison County. So, just wanted to give you some updates on that piece. We are also working really closely with the Superintendent's Association and partners to not only regularly assess what our superintendents need, but also to figure out if we can use our schools in a way, in many areas, they are the hub of our community. So can we use those as a way to actually reach out to some of our families that, might be suspicious of other entities reaching out to them? So more to come on that. Understandably, I think, some of our superintendents have said we don't have the capacity for that, which makes sense because, they're working on mold abatement and, mostly at this point, debris removal is a lot of what's going on, but still some cleaning. So what we will also do is provide a really concise, comprehensive communications packet out to the districts that will have all the different resources that they can tap into when school begins, making sure that all of our superintendents and their staff are aware of the entitlements that homeless youth have, which I feel like I'm talking well beyond my 10 minutes, and I apologize for that, but I think it's important that we all know this. So one of the aspects, for instance, of our federal youth who are homeless legislation is that, I might have already mentioned this and I apologize, but youth who are homeless actually within, some parameters, but it's usually pretty up to them, are actually have the right to actually be part of their home district, even if they've moved because of being homeless. So everyone's nodding, you already know this, but what that means for some districts is they are then responsible for transporting students back to their home district. And we have certainly seen some increases in homelessness as a result of COVID, but this will be new to many districts, depending on where folks end up if they do move to different communities, where this might be a surprise that they have to, the new district is responsible for transporting students back to their original district. So we've been using our coffee and conversations, our biweekly meetings to really get the word out. But I share this with folks as well, just in case you hear aspects of this as board members, so that you can, help message some of this. So I think I'll pause there. Again, I think that was going to be my primary update, just because it's very urgent and it's a lot of what's on my mind, making sure that all students have a really good start to the school year, and educators and administrators as well, dealing with yet another crisis. So thanks.
Thank you, Heather. So I am curious, like with the families that you've kind of identified who might not be forthcoming about needing help, how do you reach them? How do you even know that they're there? I mean, is that a coordination with the school districts, keeping track of families and just figuring, and then making the effort to engage with them? Or like, I'm just curious.
Yeah, so it'll be kind of a new chapter to how we typically would work with districts around every year. There are students that districts were expecting to kind of come through the door, and they've moved, or they've often they've actually gone into home study. And what we do is then kind of go through our records. So we're able to do that and see, if we do have a record of them actually, for instance, engaging in, registering for home study. I think that we're still trying to figure this out. And school is starting in a couple of weeks. So I think it's, again, going to be fluid. We're trying to serve as a repository of data that, again, we can share with districts. We haven't really entertained agency staff going out to the field. We could, but it's sounding like the superintendents are the ones that would like to have those connections because they have the regular connections. And so we're trying to just make sure we can get them as good of data as we can. It's not perfect. If we had another flood emergency, hopefully not, of course, but I think we'd have a much better sense going into this of what we need to do. The data that are collected are not, they're really emergency data to try to get emergency services immediately. And so we're trying to kind of backtrack and look at those.
Thank you. Jenna?
Thanks. Thanks, Heather, for that update of all the work that you've been doing in the department and linking, making linkages for superintendents and districts. I was just going to suggest that, I don't know if you know, but I think you do, that every county in Vermont is covered by a community action agency. And there's 15 parent-child centers throughout the state of Vermont as well. So giving superintendents that information to contact, how to contact their local community action agency and parent-child center would be a great, because I think sometimes the most vulnerable families, like you said, are more likely to work with trusted community partners and to help navigate 211 or navigate FEMA. And there's a lot of, I know in our area, local mutual aid groups that have formed that have been the hub of like flood relief. And we've been able to connect like families differently to those groups. And I think as school opens, it might be helpful for superintendents, principals to reach out to other community organizations that can help share that.
That's an
it's a lot.
Yeah, and that's an excellent point. Thank you for that, Jenna. I know that we have had a lot of communications and supports with those community action programs in, for instance, Barrie and Central Vermont. It's possible we also have those strong connections already in some of the other areas of the state. I just haven't heard about it. So this is actually a good thing for me to go back to my team and say, hey, are we really leveraging these partnerships as much as we can? That's a great point. The other positive, if there can be anything positive from this, is that because of COVID, all of our schools are actually FEMA eligible. They already went through all of that. So they already went through all of that means the process to actually make sure that they can accept FEMA funds if they go through an emergency. And so they can, and that's really great. So it's actually smoothed the process significantly this time around. If there's one positive thing from COVID, yay, it's that they're already all set up to do that. And I believe that's definitely public schools. I believe it's also independent schools, but I want to check on that to be sure.
Thank you. Any other? Oh, Mohammed.
Oh, I think you're muted, Mohammed.
The information you just provided. This has been rumbling in my head for a while. Back to school has been very stressful for families, often for administrators, teachers, or school staff in general. And now, like you mentioned earlier in your comments, this flood, I take it as a snow day. In some part of the Vermont, it might snow, where other parts, it's all normal. So people might not feel what's going on in Montpelier while it's beautiful in Winooski, for example. So I'm stating this just thinking of people who might live. Let's say Winooski employs, for example, someone or two folks who live in Barrie, which is drastically affected by this flood. I'm worried about their mental well-being, how people can have empathy for them when they come back to work, or when even they are able to come back to work due to all that is going on, which could potentially affect staffing. Someone who lost their house, who's worried about what to find another spot for their household, might not be ready to come teach or do certain jobs. So I just want to bring that to the table and see how we all can support folks in that aspect, which there might be out there.
I think that's a great point. If I may just be the first to respond to that a bit. Also, because of the after effects of still COVID and recovery, we are at a state level going to be offering some free telehealth, telecounseling for all educators this coming year. We're finalizing the state contract, so I'm not able to talk in detail about that. My fingers are crossed that it will finally be done very soon, and it should be. We ran into just some glitches around communications. This is a large national entity. So I'm hopeful that that will be something. It will be free of charge. It will hook up very for educators that need more than kind of just-in-time assistance where they can text or video in for some supports. It will hook up naturally with the Blue Cross Blue Shield program that our educators have for meaning that the insurance will be the entity will take our Blue Cross Blue Shield of Vermont plan for teachers. And so we've tried to make that as seamless as possible. And again, that's if folks need more long-term supports that perhaps they can't get from employee assistance program or some of the other existing mental health services in our communities. Because as you pointed out, Mohammed, we have workforce challenges, and this is potentially an impact for those in our education system, but we have significant workforce challenges in terms of our mental health system in Vermont as well. So that's why we're contracting with a virtual provider.
That's really
Thank
good
you.
news, Heather. I think that will be very necessary, but helpful. Tom.
Yeah, thank you, Heather. Just to add to the list of people that Mohammed gave that were affected by this, I'm wondering what effect all of this has had on agency staff and the knowing that many of them live in the Montpelier area.
Thank you, Tom. That's a really very kind question, and thank you. We have had a number of staff impacted throughout. So we had several staff members that were evacuated. Thankfully, most of them were able to go back to their homes. We do have a smaller number of staff that have been severely impacted, who have lost a home, lost a car. So we're actively doing what we can as an agency just internally to support them. I'll leave it at that. You might imagine what coworkers do. There are formal supports through HR, and we're also engaging in some, again, closer supports for our team, and I'm happy to talk with anyone about that offline.
Thank you.
Well, Heather, thank you so much for this conversation. I think it's really helpful, for board members and for members of the public to really understand, for a lot of people, I mean, you can look outside the window and see, what's going on, but to really think about, how we rebuild, how we, come back together, and that it affects everything, and it affects, students, employees, in so many different ways. So it's good that we've got good networks of support, but obviously this is going to take time. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, let me circle back one last time. If there are any members of the public who wish to be heard, *5 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. All right, I'm not seeing anything or hearing anyone. So with that, I believe we will turn to agenda item F, which is the legislative update. If we have Ted Fisher, the Director of Communications and Legislative Affairs, and Lindsay Hedges, the Policy Communications Specialist. I don't know if they're with us.
They are not, but I'm chatting them right now, so hang on.
All right, thank you.
Chair Samuelson, are we off the schedule? Is that why they're perhaps not here? Are we earlier than we anticipated?
Well, they're scheduled to be here for 9:10, so we're about
Okay.
5 minutes ahead of schedule,
So
but
not too far off.
No, and I was looking at the agenda. Heather, are you also doing the Act 173 follow-up?
I can. I wasn't sure, but I can. I mean, I didn't bring any materials or anything. I mean, we could just kind of walk through the documents.
Okay. I'm wondering if they're not able to pop right on, maybe we could turn to agenda item M, take that out of order, and then return to agenda, which will push F a little bit later, but
Chair Samuelson, they're asking for 2 minutes, so
okay.
If we could give them that would be great.
Okay, sure.
And I didn't mean that we needed to wait for 2 minutes, like they can't join for a few minutes. So if you wanted to move on to something else, we can.
Well, Heather, I will leave that up to you.
To wait or yeah.
The future meeting planning, if that's an easier one to take on.
I guess whichever's shortest might make sense.
Kim?
Jen, in the future meeting planning, is that just what we are anticipating for upcoming agendas?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think I'll just, if it's fine, I'll put a pin or request in inviting Amanda Garces or whomever is appropriate from the Act 1 group to present the social equity standards to the board. We had received them over the summer, and the EQS committee hasn't begun work on that, but I think it'd probably be helpful for context for them.
Yeah. Thank you for that reminder. I think when we last discussed it, we were sort of talking about waiting until the summer ended because so many stakeholders were going to be, out and about. But as we head into the fall. I think that's a really good idea.
And it is different than rulemaking, so I'm not sure that I fully understand how it differs, because I don't think anybody on this board has been around since the last time the state board as a body adopted standards. So a reminder from whomever about our role in this and how it works would be great too.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to take this as we are taking up agenda item L, just so that we're clear. With regard to that, I wanted to point out that we may need to change the date of our meeting in October. We usually meet on the third Wednesday of the month. I will be unavailable the week of October 16th. And not that I need to be at the meeting, but that kind of ties into thinking about if we're going to have a couple of meetings in person in the fall. Once we sort of got through COVID and, needing to be virtual all the time, I think what the board has landed on is it's helpful to meet at least some of the time in person. It's a little bit of a balancing act, because I think it's actually easier for members of the public to access our meetings if they are able to log on virtually. And I know that in the past, we've had some issues that, we had not really anticipated. When we do meet in person, there might be issues with sound quality. So I'm sensitive to that. On the other hand, I think it's really helpful for the board to be able to meet in person and also to be able to get out into the state to really, have a better understanding of what's going on in our schools. So I was thinking that probably September and October would be in person before we sort of hunker down for the winter. So if possible, my preference would be to change that meeting unless it's going to be really onerous for the rest of the board. And maybe what I would do is have Maureen and Suzanne send out a doodle poll either for the week prior, so the week of October 9th or the week of October 23rd, if that makes sense to everybody else. Not hearing anything. So stay tuned for the doodle poll, and then we'll also figure out, where to have the in-person meetings. So I've got a couple of thoughts, but if anyone else has any other ideas, feel free to shoot me an email. And then the other thing, and I'm putting the cart before the horse just a little bit here because we haven't gotten to the 2200 update, but we will be looking to schedule a special meeting of the full board, and the date that we've kind of landed on is next Friday between 12 and 3. So I'll just put that out there. And again, Maureen and Suzanne, if you could send out a doodle poll just to confirm board members' availability, that would be helpful. Any other items for future meeting planning that anyone can think of?
I'm just not sure how many independent school approvals there'll be in the coming months, given the how thin the agency staff is stretched in dealing with flood recovery.
It's a good point. Heather?
It's a good question. Actually, we will probably be okay in that that team has not been actively involved in most of our flood recovery efforts. It's possible that as we dig deeper into the work that's involved, they might have a role to play, but we have been able to, for the most part, provide the supports with more of our operations team at the agency. But it's a good point. I actually thought you were going to point out something different, Tom, which is that we won't have new approvals coming through because of the moratorium, at least through this, legislative session. So I think that will also free up some capacity for the team so that they'll be able to, I think we're going to be okay, is what I'm saying, in terms of the ongoing work.
Any other agenda items? Obviously, I think as we're heading into the fall, there will be EQS committee updates, 2200 committee updates. I know that we're going to be looking for some public comment hearings on both sets of rule series. So we'll have updates as we make it through those public comment hearings. Anything else? Okay. Do we have Ted and Lindsay with us now?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Great. All right. So let's turn back to agenda item F. This is the legislative update. And Ted and Lindsay, I will turn it over to you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I apologize for the delay. We were having some technical issues in getting our presentation squared away, so my apologies about that. So while I get my screen shared here, I'll just say thank you all for having us. It's an honor to be with the board today. And apologies that we were not able to join you last month, as I know was hoped, due to flood incidents. Both myself and Lindsay are part of the team that has been responding to that. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. Hopefully our slides will work. Just to do introductions, my name is Ted Fisher. I'm the Agency of Education's Director of Communications and Legislative Affairs. And I'm joined by my colleague Lindsay Hedges, who is our Policy Communications Specialist and is one of, alongside myself, one of our agency's public information officers and legislative liaisons working with the General Assembly and on policy matters for the agency. So to go through our agenda here a little bit, that is not working the way I hoped it would. So we're going to do this instead. All right. Can folks see the agenda slide? Can folks see the slides? Great. All right. Never trust teams. All right. So we're going to go over a few at a very high level, some session themes and some of the major conversations that went on, and then give a review of some of the bills that passed. We're not going to go over every item that came through that's relative to education. We get a fair number of small things that happen every year that are sort of related to education, but we're going to go over the consequential and larger things with you today, and then talk a little bit about what some of the things that we're seeing that could potentially be conversations next year, or things that we sort of saw started as business and be ended up, for lack of a better term, as maybe as our unfinished business for next year. So to go from there, a lot of the conversations sort of continuing a trend from the COVID-19 pandemic were about some of the sort of the impacts that we've seen from COVID, whether it's direct impacts like facilities and health and safety, or some of the impacts to students around the students' mental health and things like that. So those we have several different legislative debates, all related to kind of the general theme of safety, health, and facilities. We're going to talk about our school safety bill, which we really believe is a landmark achievement, both for the legislature and for the administration in terms of getting that passed. There were also conversations about polychlorinated, and I'm probably been mispronouncing it, apologies, but polychlorinated biphenols, or PCBs, which the agency is part of a larger effort really led by the Agency of Natural Resources to test for PCBs in Vermont schools, and then also conversations about school construction and changes we might need to make to sort of our school built environment. So it's kind of all fall into that bucket of safety. There's an ongoing theme of concern about student mental health, which we know is an emergency, and that did lead to shake out several conversations related to restraint and seclusion, and hazing, harassment, and bullying, which are conversations that are sort of unfinished, but we think will continue on into next year as well. And there were several rounds of conversation about independent schools, but most of those didn't yield much in the way of actionable legislation, with one exception that we will get into. And I think you are are already very familiar with. So with that, I'm just going to say, like I noted, we're going to give you a brief sort of run through and reserve some time for questions at the end. And I'll pass it off to my colleague, Lindsay, who will start with school safety.
Good morning, folks. Thanks for having us again. My name is Lindsay Hedges. I'm going to jump right in and start with one of the larger pieces of legislation we saw pass this session, which was Act 29, an act related to school safety. Act 29 codifies in statute commonly used school safety best practices, and it also directs the agency to work with state government and other stakeholders to ensure proper implementation of this act. So again, this legislation was a request of the agency, and I'm going to go through the different sections and kind of what they all cover. So Section 1 was pertain to fire and emergency preparedness drills. So starting August 1st, this is now underway. Each school board or independent school board in a district must implement a policy mandating options-based response drills. So think fire drills, lockdown drills, drills of that nature, at each school site, both in the fall and the spring. And these should incorporate trauma-informed best practices. Parents are going to be notified in advance of these drills moving forward, and reports will be submitted to the agency annually, and that is in an effort to identify future planning and training needs around these drills. Section 2 discusses the emergency operation plans of each school. So starting July 1, 2024, the Vermont School Safety Center will regularly maintain and update emergency operations plan template for schools to use. Section 3 discusses access control and visitor management policies. So again, already underway starting August 1st, all SUSDs and independent schools are required to adopt an all access and visitor management policy that mandates locking exterior doors during the school day and a centralized visitor sign-in. One of the larger sections was Section 4, which pertains to behavioral threat assessments, which I will be referring to as BTAs. And so this section outlines BTAs, and they're meant to proactively prevent instances of severe targeted violence in schools and school communities. And these are really intended to be implemented with preventing school exclusion, involvement in the criminal justice system in mind, specifically for our historically marginalized students, including students with disabilities. So there's currently a community stakeholder process that's underway for the agency to create a model policy for schools to use, and that model policy will include criteria to assess student behavior, a reporting process, due process parameters, parameters around the inclusion of law enforcement, support resources, and guidance on best practices, as well as data collection guidelines for future changes or updates to the policy. Section 5 kind of dives into the implementation of these behavioral threat assessments. So again, this model policy will be open for public comment sometime in the late fall, and this will discuss that policy that schools will eventually start using. But for current users of behavioral threat assessments, they must certify compliance with training and data collection practices for school year 23-24. And they must also update their policies starting for school year 24-25. For schools that do not use behavioral threat assessments currently, they must establish a team to do so by July 2025. And again, this section is really meant to just establish the goal of proper and uniform implementation across the state. And the last section we're going to touch on with this is the Working Group on Student Protections from Hazing and Discrimination in Schools. And this working group has been meeting since July 1st, and they're studying the current protections against harassment and discrimination in schools, and they are going to make recommendations for legislative action on a few different items, including eliminating the severe and pervasive standard, compulsory education attendance requirements, resources for schools, and again, they're going to report all of their work out to the General Assembly this coming session. And the next bill we are going to discuss is Act 55, which is a very large workforce bill, but we're going to just be talking about one section of it, which pertains to the educator workforce. So this act creates new and comprehensive framework for approval, operation, and regulation of apprenticeship programs through the Department of Labor. And so Section 1 of this act discusses the standards of apprenticeships. And so it requires apprenticeships to meet the agency's requirements for career and technical education instructors to be subject matter experts. And it also directs the program to work specifically with the agency's adult education and literacy and career technical education and special education transition specialists. So those folks will provide technical and training assistance to those programs. The Vermont Registered Apprenticeship Program will work with the agency to develop program guidelines for youth apprentices, specifically for when those apprenticeship programs are working with high schoolers, and to ensure that they can be included as part of the agency's career pathways efforts. And again, all of this was really a goal to align talent pipelines between education providers and registered apprenticeship program sponsors, and kind of update them to, you know, how they're working in the current day. And the next bill is Act 64, which is Universal School Meals, which many of you are probably familiar with at this point. The updates in Act 64 make the previous one-year Universal Meals program permanent for public and approved independent schools. It creates a Universal Meals Supplement and amends the eligibility requirement for the Local Foods Incentive Grant Program. And lastly, it appropriates $29 million from the Education Fund to the program for fiscal year 2024. And a bit on the local foods program. This section continues a program that existed in the past, and that program reimburses schools which meet a certain threshold of locally purchased foods. And so that will continue on moving forward. I'm going to pass it back to Ted. He's going to discuss childcare.
Thank you, Lindsay. So I imagine many of you are familiar with the with Act 67 already. I think you know, it's definitely been presented as sort of like a landmark investment by the legislature in childcare, as well as making some changes to the delivery of childcare programs. We aren't really going to speak. Sorry, Secretary Boucher, go ahead, please.
Ted, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. Apologies for that. This is a lot of information, and I'm wondering if it would make sense, if you're okay, if you and Lindsay are okay with perhaps every few slides pausing for a brief moment to see if there's a need for questions. And I leave that certainly to Chair Samuelson to make the final call on that. But I am sensitive to the fact that there's a lot of information here. Just wanted to point that out and didn't want to interrupt your flow. Sorry about that, Ted and Lindsay.
Absolutely. I think it makes sense to do that now, since we have just transitioned from presenter to presenter. So if folks have questions, as by your leave, Madam Chair.
Sure, and thanks for raising the issue, Heather. I'm curious, just because I want to make sure that we also get through the slides. How far are we through this presentation, just so that I, you know, keep us on track as much as we can be?
I think we are about halfway through the bills and more than halfway through our content. The biggest bill to talk about really was our school safety bill. Okay.
So sure, why don't we pause here for a couple of minutes, and if anyone has any questions about the bills thus far, we can ask Lindsay. I'm not seeing any hands raised. So, all right, well, Ted, I'll turn it back to you.
Awesome. And thank you, Madam Chair. And of course, if you have questions about, if you find you have a question about one of the bills we've gone over now, we'll still have time at the end for general questions and conversation. And if we do have questions as we go along, I may have to pause the presentation and grab my presenter notes, which I think are behind behind the slide that's up. So I need to just pull that down so that we keep a smooth presentation going. Anyway. So we're not going to talk about many of the provisions of the child care bill, because the agency interest is really in the regulation of the pre-K system. So it's fair to say that some of there were some provisions related to pre-K, and it's fair to say that some of those provisions are intent related, policy and planning expectations, and some other sort of preparatory changes that are really intended to tee up, if it is passed as they anticipated or were thinking this year, the General Assembly would be a quite significant restructuring, potentially radical restructuring of the way pre-K is administered in Vermont. And so some of those you'll see here on the slides. There is the establishment of an implementation committee, and then a requirement for the committee to create a plan, as well as a requirement that the committee establishes a model contract for the use of districts when contracting with private pre-qualified pre-K providers. We also have a requirement by the agency working with the committee to do a report on the pre-K equalized pupil weights for pre-kindergarten students, and that's due in the fall into the winter pre-session. And then there are some contingent, this is really important, there are some contingent changes to the weighted long-term membership and per pupil education spending weights. And these are contingent that the General Assembly takes additional action, including expanding the eligibility requirement in terms of number of hours of pre-K that students would be eligible for prior to those deadlines. So a lot of those deadlines are in the out years, but it's important to just note those contingencies in law, which is a relatively, I haven't seen much of that, so I think it's a relatively rare thing to see. The other thing that's pretty important to note is there is a requirement for the AOE to develop a plan to elevate pre-K leadership within the agency. As I'm sure you all know, the administration of pre-kindergarten is sort of split between the agency and the Department for Children and Families, which is part of the larger Agency of Human Services. And so originally they wanted to give the agency a second deputy secretary, which is, it's not, we had some concerns about some of this, ideas they had, mostly because our agency is a very flat organization. We are run in a sort of a lean, mean manner, and we wanted to ensure that they weren't, by establishing sort of this position that they were creating, and that they weren't creating something that would be out of step with the way the rest of the agency is managed. I'll just note, we actually did an analysis, and the number of sort of degrees of separation between governor and the unit that regulates child care and pre-K systems in DCF, and the unit that regulates pre-kindergarten education in the agency is approximately equivalent in terms of like the number of steps in between. It just so happens that the agency doesn't have subordinate departments and other sort of appointed officials and things like that. So we will be having that, and presenting a plan to the legislature as required under law. But there was a lot of interest in seeing us elevate it in a way, that's in a way that meets their expectations, but works with the way the agency is organized. So now we're going to cover a couple of provisions of the miscellaneous education bill. Only a few. There are several different provisions in there, but one that I don't have a slide on, for example, you may be familiar with this shared school district data management system, the SSDDMS, which is a financial management software for school districts, and had some implementation problems. The legislature, at the request at our request, at the request of the agency and the Agency of Digital Services, as well as the field, made it voluntary last year. So there's not much more to know about that than it's been made voluntary, but there's a couple of provisions we do want to cover. So the first one is home study. Home study administration has been a pretty burdensome process for the agency in terms of paperwork. There's a lot of requirements under law that don't really match with how home study enrollment process functions, and the agency has sort of on paper appeared to have more ability to sort of regulate the actions of parents than it actually does, and that creates a pretty burdensome paperwork process. And so the agency we asked this year that, or last year, excuse me, that the legislature streamline the process. So really the changes in home study are intended to streamline the process, make the paperwork and the enrollment process simpler, but both for the agency in terms of effort expended to ensure students are enrolled, as well as simpler for families, and also to repeal some of the provisions that are really not used very much. So, for example, there is a hearing process on the books that the agency really doesn't have the capacity to do and doesn't do often. And then some other changes to requirements around course of study and assessments and things like that, all really intended to try to streamline It's important to know, because this was a question, there are of course, child protection concerns, and many of those safeguards are still in place, either through the agency or through referrals to the Department for Children and Families. So a lot of those things don't change, but hopefully it reduces the burden on the agency, and hopefully also is a little simpler for families. And then the other provision for the miscellaneous ed bill I want to go over are 3 sections, all making essentially the same change. If you remember that the session previous, the 2022 session, at the agency's request, the legislature did really good work to update Chapter 11 of Title 16, which is the school governance chapter of that title. And then this is essentially one of these, we get a few of these every year, where a constituent comes in with an idea, the legislature thinks it's a good idea, and they do it. So a constituent asked, representative of a very small district asked if they might make some changes to the requirements for folks to petition to be school board members. So the change here is changing from just a minimum of 60 signatures as a flat minimum to 60 signatures, or the equivalent of 1% of registered voters in the district. And for those of you keeping score and you're wondering why there are not 3 sections, and if you're familiar with this statute, it's because we have several different types of school district that are all articulated separately in different sections of law. So Section 9 is union school districts, Section 10 is unified union school districts, and Section 11 is unified union elementary and union high school districts. So it's essentially the same change, but had to be made 3 times. That's why it's 3 sections of the bill. And that's basically what we wanted to talk today to you about the miscellaneous education bill. There are a few additional sections, which we do have our summary here, so we can pull them up if you're interested and have questions about those. But I'm going to turn it over to Lindsay, who's going to go over a couple of the policy sections in the big bill, and that will wrap up our presentation just for folks. So actually, before I turn it over to Lindsay, any questions about childcare or the miscellaneous education bill? Okay, hearing none, I'll turn it over to Lindsay. We're coming to the end of our presentation, and we're just going to talk about a few additional provisions from the budget.
All right, so again, last section we're going to cover is the budget, or the big bill. And so there's 3 provisions that we really wanted to highlight that we thought were, made a big impact to both educators, schools, students. So I'm going to start off with something that you're all familiar with, the independent school moratorium. So Section E511.1 is the section that prohibits you all, State Board of Education, from approving an application for approved independent schools, and that is until further direction from the General Assembly. So we may hear about more of that this coming session. And I'm sure it's going to be a topic of conversation again. The second section is the School Construction Task Force. So that is found within Section E131.1. And the School Construction Task Force is going to examine, evaluate, and report on issues relating to school construction aid. So this group started gathering in July, and they'll continue for the next year, and they will be reporting out on their recommendations for next steps. So the Secretary of Education, or their designee, has been serving as co-chair for this committee. And this task force is reviewing the results of the statewide school facilities inventory that happened, as well as the conditions assessment. And they are also looking at the school construction funding report that was provided last session as well. And with this information, they're discussing school construction project needs statewide, funding options, governance structures for the oversight and management of school construction, as well as appropriate state action levels for response to PCBs in schools. And the last section is the educator workforce provisions. So again, continuing on with the thread of workforce, that was definitely a highlight of this session. Section F1 suspends teacher licensing fees during fiscal years 2024 to 2029. And during this time, the estimated fees that would have been collected will be accounted for through general funds. In Section F2, tasks the agency with collecting educator demographics and reporting this information annually. And so these 2 items were aimed specifically, again, at bolstering educator workforce across the state. And that's all we have for budget. So I'm going to pass it back to Ted for some of our closing remarks and highlighting some of our outlook for next session.
So just by way of sort of summing up, you will, for those of you who've followed this for several years, maybe have noted a smaller number of bills passed this year. Certainly compared to our pandemic sessions, the legislature was very prolific in the education space during the pandemic. In some cases, I think that was by necessity due to the pandemic, and in other ways, it was just they happened to just get a lot of unrelated to pandemic policy done. That didn't happen this year, and certainly, you know, I've been doing this for 5 years. I think it was one of the smaller. We do this analysis every year, so it was one of the smaller lists from in my memory. And I think that has to do with a lot of the fact that the conversations are sort of still in play. So you'll see, for example, the school construction aid task force ended up in the big bill. There was a bill on school construction that had the task force and other provisions that didn't make it through. And so you'll sort of see some of these places where things that are teeing up future conversations. Lindsay noted the restraint and seclusion working group was sort of tacked on to the school safety bill sort of later in the session. And that group is now meeting, and we expect to sort of inform future conversations. So, and I just realized as I was going through this that the list that I have for you on this next slide here doesn't include pre-kindergarten, but we know because of some of the provisions out of the child care that pre-kindergarten may not be a landmark thing that they do next year. It may wait another year because of some of the timelines intercalated in that bill, but certainly it's coming and probably will be continued as a conversation. What we can count on is there will be updates to the school safety law passed in the 2023 session. That is sort of articulated in the bill that will come out of the stakeholder process as a requirement, which is an interesting, I think sort of novel policy approach that we had a hand in help crafting, and I think is actually going to be very good because it'll allow us to tweak things as needed. We have already seen some issues maybe with some deadlines and things, and we're considering some other things. So we may have some things that we want to ask, and others will potentially as well. So we know that we'll be talking about school safety again. We also know that restraint and seclusion in school climate will continue to be an issue. I imagine that polychlorinated, excuse me, I'm just going to say PCBs, everyone does. I know that PCBs will probably continue to be a conversation, and we know that the school construction task force's work will most certainly be taken up by the legislature. I'm not a betting man, but if I were, I probably would refuse to bet on whether or not we get something in terms of restarting a construction aid program. I don't know where that conversation is. It's been ongoing for several years now, and there's lots of budgetary concerns and things that just might mean that it's not something that they're able to do as a one and done in 1 year. And I'll just sort of note something that I think you all are keenly aware of, and certainly we are at the agency, is that student mental health and some of those sort of long shadow of the pandemic impacts continue to be a major issue both in schools, but also a driver of legislative conversations. So we heard lots of concern about student mental health this year in all of the different flavors. Direct impact to students, impacts to academics, impacts to teachers, driving things like teacher shortages and stuff. And so I'm sure that will continue to be a major theme that will, if it isn't something that is tackled directly, will be woven through many of the legislative conversations, as it certainly was. And if I could make one change to this presentation now that I'm done giving it, I would think we would have just signposted that for you a little bit more up front. So. With that, unless Lindsay has anything that I forgot or anything else to add, we'd love to thank you very much for your time and turn it over to any questions you may have.
Well, thank you both. This was a very helpful, succinct summary. I think, a lot of us had been following various bills as they sort of came through, but it's kind of good to get the final end of the story there. And as well as forecasting for next year. It looks like, Kim, you have your hand raised.
Thank you, and thank you for that update. It is really helpful in sort of the rear view mirror to get it all in one place, so thank you. In the outlook for next year, given the activity around independent schools and those conversations and bill that passed the House and then didn't end up moving in the Senate, is it reasonable to expect there's likely to be continued conversation and activity in that front as well? Or is there a reason why you would think that wouldn't be on the list of future activity?
Going to be careful. And I'll signpost one reason, which is that, you know, as you're very well aware, Member Gleason and Chair and Committee or Board, excuse me, the agency has been involved in litigation related to this, so I'm just going to be somewhat careful about how I talk about this. Also, it was not an area, just to put it delicately, it was not an area where the General Assembly agreed. Certainly, it was. There were disagreements among between parties, among houses, or among the chambers and between the chambers in terms of what the best approach was. So, you know, just sort of be respectful to all. I think that it was a surprise just to take the one item that did pass this year, which was the moratorium. And it's kind of strange for us to be coming to you after the fact, because we know that you grappled with this from our position as observers. We know that you grappled with this already, and in fact that deadline has passed, and you had to do a lot of work in a month to sort of consider some of those schools. I'll just say that, and without going into any details, mostly just for the interest of that these were folks reporting things to me. But I know that several members in both chambers expressed that they were surprised to see that the provision on the moratorium in independent schools was in the budget. I think there were some concerns there, and I think that some of the schools and maybe some of the reporting on the schools that were going through the process may mean that that's something that they want to take up. I think the intent of the moratorium, and not wanting to speak to legislative intent because that really is a better question asked to the legislature, but like my sort of prognostication from the sidelines is that I think the intent was that they take up, you know, that they put the hold on so that it would require them to have a more broader conversation next year. There are still, to be just careful, there are still litigation risks, you know, related to the climate nationally. And so I'm not sure, I'm not an attorney and would not want to speak to sort of what the dynamics would be. They have certainly received many briefings from their attorneys and from others about sort of what the national climate is and what the scope of their reasonable authority is on that. And the last thing, sorry, Madam Chair, I apologize for being lengthy. I'll just note, you know, many of you are followers of this, and this is probably something that you are well aware of, but in case you aren't, it's not wholly surprising for things to end up in the budget that not everyone is aware of. It always seems kind of shocking, but that tends to happen. It's kind of the way the budget process works, unfortunately, and the timeline of the legislature. And it's not universal to Vermont. I've worked with legislatures in other states, and it kind of happens everywhere, unfortunately. So I do think there are some members who were a little bit surprised by it and might have some concerns for next year. Sorry, Madam Chair, back to you.
Oh, no worries, and thank you very much for that. I was just going to point out, and it was the slide dealing with the independent schools. I think we all know this, but just to put it out there, the moratorium is only on initial applications for approval. It does not affect, you know, reapplications or, you know, reapprovals, however you want to frame that. So thank you. I actually had a question, and I'm just curious, with the school construction task force, is there any effect on that bill, considering now all of the damage from flooding that has occurred over the summer? Does the flooding damage kind of get wrapped up into the construction task force, or are those, you know, still separated?
You want me to take this?
Sorry, Madam Secretary, go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'll take this one. So just to backtrack a moment, this task force is actually co-chaired between the Secretary of Education or designee. I am co-chairing it in my role as interim secretary, and it's co-chaired with the treasurer. So We have actually not had our first meeting of that task force yet. It is being scheduled at the moment. I think part of that has been the Treasury has been involved with the flooding recovery and just trying to figure out fiscal implications for that. So I can't answer that question at this point, Chair Samuelson. I think it will be certainly on the radar for everyone, even at our first meeting. I think another question that has been raised is whether and to what extent the PCB mitigation and abatement is part of this construction endeavor as well. They're currently written separately, but we know in practicality, you know, it might make sense. We'll definitely probably, as the task force, consider that. So there's a lot of different, I guess what I'm trying to say is that there are at least 3 different threads potentially being woven into a tapestry in this work. So one is the longstanding delayed maintenance, which is where the primary construct of the construction fund, this renewed work in it, came from. Secondarily, we know the need for PCB containment and mitigation in a number of our schools. And then now, most recently, as you just pointed out, the impact of this flooding disaster for a much smaller number of schools, but you know, could be a pretty dramatic fiscal banknote for them, even after FEMA and other supports are allocated. I mean, I think both the governor and our FEMA partners are very clear that those supports, particularly from FEMA, but even what we can get together currently as a state, are not going to be enough to cover certainly the full panoply of flooding recovery in terms of infrastructure, including both businesses, schools, homes. I don't know if we've really had a chance to kind of step back and figure out in detail whether FEMA resources plus some other allocations that we might be thinking of could fully cover schools. Again, I think that'll be part of the conversation that happens, I anticipate, in this either the first or certainly one of the early task force meetings. I do anticipate to have the first meeting within the next couple of weeks, so it's being scheduled at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ted?
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I'll just to add a little bit more color. From a statewide perspective, the number of school districts with significant impacts from the flooding is relatively small. And as Secretary Boucher mentioned, the FEMA public assistance covers some but not all of that cost, and how much is covered is dependent on a range of factors, including the severity of the impact. And so it's the lower threshold is 75% is eligible for being covered. You have to apply, and FEMA has to go through the process. So there is you have to pay to remediate, and then you can be reimbursed kind of structure to the process. So it may be very significant impact on some schools. I'll just note sort of an observation that we had at the end of last session, which is that we still haven't really grappled on the statewide level with the full cost of the PCB program, which we won't be receiving federal, at least as of right now, receiving federal reimbursement for, and could be very, very significant. And then maybe the last driver I'll just note is that the school system doesn't operate in a vacuum. The fiscal impact of the flood to areas outside of education may shift the budget. Every session is sort of influenced by budget dynamics. The last few years, we've had a very good economy. We've had good revenue coming in as sort of the recovery from the pandemic happens. So like, not to put it cutely, but like that sometimes makes people a little bit spendy, right? And to put it more, you know, in public policy terms, we have the resources to do some of the, whatever the agenda is of the folks involved in the conversation, right? And so I don't think we know at all, either in terms of like specific to schools or from a sort of statewide fiscal perspective, what the budget landscape will look like in the fall or in the spring just yet, because the impact to business owners and communities and things, the state could be in fact appropriating a significant amount of money to cover the state share of those costs under the FEMA public assistance or individual assistance programs. So more to come.
Thank you. Board members, any other comments or questions? Gray, one of our student members.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right, so sorry to make this take longer, but there are lots of things to talk about. I had a question about Act 29, the school safety one. The third part of that is about visitor management policies. And the name, I mean, as the name suggests, that's supposed to be about visitors into school buildings. But I would think all of those policies, well, I know, affect students too, with things like, you know, going in and out of school buildings because they're supposed to be locked at all times. So what is the student role in that? And, you know, how does that affect students? What are the specific rules there?
Lindsay, do you want to address, or would you like me to?
Ted, why don't you take this one?
Thank you, Mr. Fearon. So something important just to say generally about the school safety bill is that when we were, and this is an administration ask, so this was originally a proposal of the agency with the support of the governor to get this done. We were looking at ways to try to improve and also standardize school safety. So we were looking at things that weren't required under law, but were things that were being done in many, but maybe not all school districts. So this is a good example of that. Like when I visit schools, which I do as often as I can, usually I'm greeted by a doorbell and a camera, right? And they're often the same unit. And you press the button and you might talk to someone, and usually I show them my badge so they know I work for the AOE and that I'm, you know, a known person. And then you walk in and you're presented usually with a desk and someone signs you in, right? All of those are driven by individual school district or sometimes supervisory union decision making about how to do it, you know. And I collect the little badges, so sometimes they have like the school logo on them or the branding or whatever, and sometimes they're really fancy and they want them back, you know. It depends on the school. So it's all just sort of like a cutesy way of saying that like what we are requiring under law is that SUSDs adopt a policy. We're not necessarily, there are some outlines of sort of like a minimum floor, and we can certainly provide you the link to that statutory language for review. And it is, as noted, Act 29, but I'll drop the link to the bill in the chat here in a minute. That said, there is the ability for local school districts to make decisions about how to structure those policies based on their own issue or their own sort of dynamics. And we have for being a small state, we have a really great diversity of ways school districts are structured, student populations, size, all of these different dynamics, type of building. You know, all these different dynamics influence particularly how safety decisions are made. And so just to really, like, this is a long-winded way of answering your question, but the concerns specifically like to a student in a specific school or the concerns to a parent community in a specific school, the right place for that is your school board. I will note, you know, oftentimes the School Boards Association promulgates model policies related to access control and visitor management. But, when it comes to how the policies are articulated, there is still an option at the local level for those conversations to happen with your school board, or potentially even with your school administration, your principal, or maybe your superintendent of your district or your SU, depending on what the level of concern is and what it is. And a lot of times the policies are fairly dry in general, and how they get implemented is really where the rubber hits the road, and often that's actually the decision making of the superintendent and the principals. But certainly we are not requiring any sort of one size fits all approach by any stretch of the imagination. What we are doing is requiring it, because we know that while most districts already had a robust, if not policy, at least practice in place, not all necessarily, and we wanted to make sure that it was an important requirement, because we do believe really importantly that there should be some sort of minimum standard of approach, and the school district should also be required to articulate how it's going to address these kind of things, if that makes sense. So sorry, that's a bit of a long answer, but the real answer is you should either talk to your school board or maybe even just start with your principal.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions? All right, hearing none, I want to thank again Ted and Lindsay for putting this presentation together and really providing this comprehensive summary of what happened during the last legislative session. We can talk offline, but I think this was really good for board members and for members of the public, and we'd love to have you back next legislative session as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Hope the rest of your meeting goes very smoothly.
All right. Thank you. All right. So that brings us to agenda item G, which is the Rule Series 2200 Committee Update. So I will start this conversation by just recognizing the good work that has been done by the subcommittee with the assistance of our legal counsel. We've really tried to put together something that will be easily understood by members of the public. Sorry about the background noise. Members of the public, members of the board. There were some late night, early morning emails that were sent to board members. So if you have not checked your email since yesterday evening, just know that those are there. Basically what has been sent to you, which will help to sort of ground our conversation today, as well as sort of setting the table for the future, is you have a marked up copy of updates to the Rule 2200 series. You've got a clean copy for readability purposes. We've also prepared a side-by-side so you can go through and see rule by rule, both old rules, where they're now located, new rules, what's changed and why. I think that's a really critical piece of that. And then finally, we have some questions. When I turn this part of the agenda over to Sarah Buxton, she has some questions that she's sort of put forth to help, again, focus your thinking and really see what thoughts or comments you might have. If you haven't looked at those documents, do not worry. We really wanted to get them to you so that you would have them. What we're really looking to do right now is just to really give a good overview so that you will have a better understanding of the work that the committee has been doing, and really sort of lead up to what will be a more thoughtful conversation. We're going to give each of the board members time to really sit with the questions that have been asked. You'll have a chance to get back to us with your comments, and then we will meet again as a full board. I do believe too that all of those documents are now posted and included in the agenda packet, so they are available to the public as well. Lyle, I see your hand is raised.
Just a quick question so I know the context. Is Sarah sending in questions as in someone we have asked to ask questions, or is that something that she's just provided on her own?
She has provided sort of questions to sort of help frame our thinking, and we'll get to that in a moment. But these are questions both to help sort of ground our conversation today, but they're also questions that, if you would like a homework assignment, you can reflect on those questions once you really have a chance to sit with the updates. And then if you've got further thoughts or comments, you can send them to me and they will be considered by the committee when we meet next week. So kind of a similar model to what happened with the EQS committee, where there was an opportunity for board members to provide written feedback. It was taken up by the committee and then sort of incorporated into the changes that ultimately went before the full board for its approval. Does that answer your question?
Maybe not. Did we ask Sarah to look through this and provide her comments?
So she is the one who has been assisting the committee.
Got it.
And
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and we were
You
thinking
did just answer my question. Thank you.
Okay, there are certain buckets of work that the committee has undertaken, and so the questions sort of get back to those buckets, if you will.
Okay. Thank you. I'm caught up now. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry. So I think what I would like to do,
you said it right, that she's our outside legal counsel for this work. Hopefully, yes. Thank you. Sorry.
So I think what I'd like to do, and I hope this won't be too clunky, is I'm going to share my screen because I've got a few slides that I just wanted to burn through again to sort of help frame the conversation. So give me just a second here. Actually. Okay, so hopefully, can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So just as a reminder, if I'm looking at the screen, I can't see anyone. So if you have any questions, just feel free to speak up. So this is Rule Series 2200. These are what we are calling sort of the Phase 2 updates, because we had the Phase 1 updates that went through last year. And when we had the Rule Series open last year, we had always contemplated a Phase 2. So here we are. And just as a reminder, the Rule Series 2200 subcommittee has not changed. I'm still chairing the subcommittee, and I'm joined by Tom Lovett and Kim Gleason. And for this, in Phase 1, we had legal assistance provided to us by the Agency of Education. This go round, we have the legal assistance of Sarah Buxton. So when we look at the work that the committee is doing, there are basically, three buckets, and then there are a few sort of smaller categories that sort of grew organically out of the work that is identified in this slide. So the first bucket is to apply the principles and goals of Act 1 of 2019 to independent schools. And just as a reminder, when the board met this past May, when we were discussing updates to the education quality standards that are found in Rule Series 2000, the board felt that it was appropriate to bring the spirit, the principles and goals of Act 1 to independent schools, but we also felt that bringing that through EQS was not the appropriate mechanism. So we did all, the board did feel that it was appropriate to bring the principles and goals of Act 1 to independent schools. So the first bucket of work in 2200 is addressing that. The second bucket is, and this is something that the board has discussed really since last fall, is to create a requirement that all independent schools, as a condition of their approval, must annually attest to their compliance with the rules. So this is something where when the first phase of updates went through in May of 2022, there was a requirement of compliance with the Public Accommodations Act. And what the subcommittee did not really appreciate last year was, even though that went into effect immediately, we didn't really have a way to capture that. What we found with the agency is schools are required to attest to that in the reapproval or in the initial approval process, but then a certain period of time might go by before that school comes before us again. And so what we realized is that, you know, what we need to do is sort of create a rule that will allow for this annual attestation, because it currently isn't provided in the rules. And then the third bucket is to introduce a framework that accrediting agencies must follow in order to be recognized by the board. And I'm realizing I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here. So I think I just went through all of this, but this is, you know, sort of going into greater detail in the first bucket, which are the changes related to Act 1. So I'll just leave that up there for a minute, but this is kind of rehashing the idea that, you know, we feel that the principles of Act 1 should be applied to independent schools, but the appropriate mechanism for doing that is in the Rule Series 2200. And those are the rules that pertain to independent school program approval.
Chair Samuelson?
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I forgot that you couldn't see my hand. It's Heather. It's Secretary
Yep.
Boucher. Could you go back one slide? I'm very curious about hearing a little bit more about the third focus of work. So the State Board of Ed would be introducing a framework that accrediting agencies such as NEASC must follow. I just think this is an interesting idea. I don't know,
I will get to
if that's typical. Oh yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. What I realized is I'd sort of set this first slide as like the big overview, and then the next 3 slides are going into more detail on each of these 3 bullets.
Got it. Okay.
So,
I'll wait then. I'll wait and.
Yeah. So I got a little bit ahead of myself on the first 2 bullets. So you're living with my, you know, thought process here. So yeah, hold your thought if you don't mind, because I will get into more detail in about 3 slides.
No worries.
Oops. Oh, there we go. Okay. So the important point here, and you'll see it when we get into the language, is with regard to parts of the Act 1 work that ended up in EQS, we did what we're calling a lift and shift. So, you know, we really looked at the parts of EQS, you know, the updates to EQS that were appropriate for independent schools. And we, you know, literally took that language and we copied it and, you know, put it into the 2200 series. And the thought there is, you know, it seems important, at least to me, to have, you know, parallel language in those 2 rule series. I think it would be really confusing if we had one set of standards in one rule series and a different set of standards in a different rule series. And so we're really trying to sort of keep that language consistent between the 2 sets of rule series. So again, we're going to get into even more detail, but this is kind of like the mid-level overview on that. The annual attestation clause, that is going to be located, and again, you'll see this in Rule 2223.4. As I mentioned, this closes the gap in the current rule series. It also reflects the interest that was expressed by the General Assembly in the current legislative session. The language was developed in consultation with the agency, and what it does is it gives authority to the Secretary in consultation with the board to prepare the form and to make it available to schools. Also requires that schools must complete the form on an annual basis as a condition of their approved status. And then we've also created a process to follow where schools don't submit the Secretary's form. Like, what does that mean? What does that look like? What do we do? So that's really us, you know, trying to anticipate, and really it gets back to, we're really trying to make this a very user-friendly, comprehensive manual for independent schools, for the agency, for the board, for the general public. So, and now Heather, this is the new procedure by which to recognize accrediting organizations, and this will be found in Rule 2227. So just as a reminder, in former Rule Series 7000, when the 2200 committee was engaged in its phase 1 work, it really brought up the issue of accrediting organizations, and that list is currently located in Rule 70. I'm sorry, 7260. I just lost the actual rule citation. So Tom, Kim, Sarah, if someone knows the actual rule, jump in here. But when the 2200 committee got into the Rule Series 7000, we realized that most of 7000 is really superfluous language that doesn't need to be there. The only rule of substance in that entire rule series was a list of accrediting agencies. And it's a very, very outdated list. Like, no one knows when that list was created. A lot of those organizations don't exist any longer. They've changed their names. And so what we decided to do was to sunset that entire rule series, and it will sunset by July 1st of 2024. Administratively, when we went before LCAR, which is the Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules, we represented to them that in sunsetting the rule series, what we really wanted to do was to put a framework in 2200. So again, it would be a very user-friendly, one-stop shopping kind of document. So this is what 2227 is trying to do. As we got into this work in the last few weeks, the committee identified 3 different options, and then we invited representatives from the New England Association of Schools and Colleges, the Association of Independent Schools in New England, and the International Council Advancing Independent School Accreditation to come and speak with us and really give us their thoughts on what they thought the best option would be and sort of how to frame that in the rules. So Heather, I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, it does. So I think, yes, it answers it, because I didn't know if you were speaking about an ethnic studies framework per se. And I see here that you're talking about a much broader framework for the entire process of how we recognize accrediting agencies. So yes. Thank you.
Yeah. And so this really goes back to, some independent schools are accredited. Some are, well, yes, some are accredited through outside organizations. And I think the organizations that, service most schools in Vermont include NEASC and ASNE. But so we can get into this. I mean, we thought about, we could just list NEASC and ASNE in the rule and say, if you want to be accredited, here are 2 options for you. What we landed on instead was really a broad framework that applies to any accrediting organization. If they meet the criteria that are now going to be listed out in 2227, then there's a process for them to seek recognition by the state board as an accrediting agency. And again, sort of a corollary spillover of this bucket is, okay, well, that then speaks to the process of approval. And is there a different approval process if you are an accredited school versus if you're just, using the agency, and, what do those steps look like? So, you'll see that work when we get into the meat of this conversation, but sort of conceptually, this was the 3rd bucket based on, 7320, now that I'm, not under pressure to come up with it. 7320 is the rule that currently lists the accrediting organizations, which again, we felt was really outdated. And, we kind of wanted to say, instead of just listing things, it felt important to us to have like criteria that would be listed that an organization would need to satisfy to be able to be recognized.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure. Just sort of broadly, other changes that the committee has considered is, 1, we introduced a new term of approved school in the definitions, which is defined to include both approved independent schools and approved independent schools that are ineligible to receive public funds. And we did that for a couple of reasons. One is it's a little wordy to be, applying to both categories of schools, with all of the, the words that are in that bullet. And then the other thing is we realized that the rule series really does apply to approved schools with the exception of 2229, which is really the mechanism that approved school must go through in order to receive public funds. So it seemed like a pretty elegant way to really focus the work that we're doing and what is required of schools, both as a condition of, approved status, as well as for those who, choose to go through 2229 to be eligible to receive public funds. Then as we got into it, we decided, and we've put forward this suggested reorganization of the rule series to be more user-friendly. I've described this a couple of times. If you look at the rule series the way it is now, it's kind of like New England architecture, where you start with something and then something gets tacked on and something gets tacked on and something gets tacked on. What we've done is we've reorganized it so that it's more streamlined, it follows a more logical process. And I think when we get to the side-by-side, it'll be really helpful to see, anytime you're tracking changes, if you move something, it crosses out where it used to be and it, puts it in as new language where you've moved it, even if the language itself hasn't changed. And so when you get to the side-by-side, you'll see that a lot of this red line is really just us moving things into different locations so that it follows something that's more user-friendly and logical. We also took the opportunity to clean up language to provide stylistic consistency. We also added in, again, just to have a more user-friendly, comprehensive manual, reference to other requirements for approved schools that are already set forth in statute. So not adding anything new, is just bringing something that already exists and putting it into the rule series just for ease of schools, the agency, the board, and members of the public. And importantly, we have not undertaken any substantive changes to the phase 1 updates, since these just went through the formal APA rulemaking process last year. So I'm going to pause there for general questions that you might have at this point. And again, this is really just setting the table. We're going to give you guys some homework and say, if you have time over the next few days, to please read the red line, read the clean version, go through the side-by-side, and look at these questions that we're going to be jumping into in a moment. And if you have any questions or comments, we would ask that you get back to me, not reply all, by Monday morning. And then the committee is next planning to meet on Wednesday. And what we'd really like to do is have a special meeting next Friday to put these before the board for a vote so that we can officially begin the formal APA rulemaking process. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And I think I'm back. Tammy.
Good morning, everyone. Please forgive my Kermit the Frog voice this morning. I had, just like everybody else, I haven't had a lot of time with this, but I certainly appreciate the work of the committee. I was wondering if you could just provide me a little bit of context for section 2220 and the red line additions added there. I'm just curious sort of how the committee came up with sort of this framing around it's starting with these rules further require all schools to strive for a culture of responsive pedagogy, critically examines, and then sort of this ABCD. I'm curious where that language, or sort of how that came about and where that language came from. It looks a little different from the EQS, which isn't a problem. I'm just trying to think this through. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think this is going to get into more specifics of particular rules. So before we get into the specifics, I just want to make sure that there aren't general questions about, broadly speaking, the buckets of work that the committee has done and how that's laid out.
Okay, my apologies. I'll table.
No worries. So I'm not seeing anything. So I'm wondering, Sarah, at this point, I might pass the microphone, the gavel over to you and let you start walking the board through the specific buckets and then also the language that we've landed on.
Sure thing. Maureen, I don't know if you're able to put my camera on and let me share.
Yes, I just made you a presenter. You should be all set.
Morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Buxton. I'm an attorney at Tarrant, Gillis, and Shems, and I've been contracted to work with the committee and the board to assist you in rewriting and amending the 2200 series. So I've been working on this with the committee members for the last few weeks. And I think what I'd like to do right now is I'm going to share my screen and share the high-level questions that Lyle spoke of earlier so that you can begin to think through what feedback would be really helpful for us and for the committee to hear as we round out the contemplation of the changes. So let me just do a screen share here. All right. Can you see?
Yes.
Good. Okay. So let me just go through the questions. And what I'm going to ask of you is just to focus in on the questions that pique your attention. Then I'm going to orient you to where you're going to look when you review the rules this weekend to try to come up with your own answers so you can provide helpful feedback. This document right here, which you should have or should be posted, you can use. It has some color coding if this is the way you process information. It has some color coding to help you identify which aspects are from Act 1 and which aspects are from the other buckets that Jennifer mentioned that are part of this, the changes that we're contemplating here. So you've got some options as you're answering these questions this weekend. You can use this document. You can use the specific side-by-side, which has the old rules with the new proposed rules, the current draft, and a little explanation about where those pieces came from to the best of our ability to explain. Or you can use either if you just want to read the rules in clean format or marked up format. So they're all lengthy, and we're trying to acknowledge that you may not have time to go through all of them. So you can sort of pick which way you want to engage and think through your feedback on these. So the first question, and which I'd like to call your attention to, is the statement of purpose. When we go through, I'll show you where the statement of purpose is and what pieces came from Act 1 and which pieces were part of the committee's thinking for this draft. I'd like you to look at it and make sure it reflects the intent as you're promulgating these rules, or at least proposing the rules. The second question is to generally review all of the Act 1 provisions. In this document, they're highlighted in green. In the side-by-side, they're noted in the comments section. It will say, this came from EQS and the section number. So I'd like you to just make sure that what we've included and lifted from Act 1 or from the EQS rule series is captured, and that we've identified the principles that were intended to be imported over into the independent school rules. The third is the big one that may throw you off a bit. If you weren't familiar with the previous rule series, you may not appreciate that we needed to probably reorganize them so that the rules followed the order in which activities occurred in the approval process. So we've tried to reorganize, and especially for those who aren't familiar with the previous set of rules, if you do care to look just at the clean copy with fresh eyes and say, does this make sense to me? If I'm trying to find out what is required of a school or what is required of the board or the agency or the secretary. Can I find it in this document? Does it flow naturally? So if you would look at the reorganization and see if that makes sense and if we've captured it to actually be more clear. What we don't want is to just shuffle the deck chairs and have it not be clear, but go through all of that work. We might as well just stick with what's familiar to people.
And Sarah, let me just interrupt here. Like as a for instance, in the way the rule is currently written, investigations occur, the language for investigations occur before the language for complaints. Whereas logically, you would have a complaint lodged before you would conduct an investigation. So that was one of those things where the committee looked at that and thought, we're just going to reorganize this so that, things sort of follow in a way that intuitively makes sense.
Right. The fourth is the criteria for the accrediting agencies, and I'll show you where those are and explain where those came from. Some are influenced by the New York state approach to recognizing accrediting agencies, and some criterion were developed by the committee. The fifth is with regard to the annual compliance certification or the attestation, as Jennifer had mentioned. We want to make sure that it's straightforward enough for both schools to understand what's expected of them and that it's easy enough to administer from the agency's perspective so that it really truly is effective and meets your goals. The sixth is, as Jennifer mentioned, in the spirit of being user-friendly, we included as many, what we think are all of the requirements from Title 16 that apply to independent schools, so that when you're going through the requirements section, when you go through the requirements section, you can easily see what is required. Some of those will probably jump out to you as being curious, like celebrating Abraham Lincoln's birthday, but it is in the Green Book, and that's we decided to err on the side of including everything that we could find so that it was all in one place, and that's something that we'd like for you just to lay your eyes on and see how that sits. The last is does the process for allowing the secretary to design the application for school approval make sense to you? So the application process has been working and it is in operation. There's a review committee for non-accredited schools, and there is a process where the agency has involvement and then it's passed over to the board to make findings and approve schools. We've tried to just articulate and give some shape to what that looks like, so that nothing is changing substantively, but it's just explained. And in that process, the agency, when they develop the application for schools to apply, will include what some have referred to as a rider, and it's basically a checklist, very similar, if not the same, as the annual compliance certification that would help the review committee and the board during the approval process ensure that the Vermont specific laws are being followed and are being reviewed through the approval process, regardless of whether you're a school that is accredited and has to go through the whole process, or if you are an accredited school and get sort of the abbreviated approval process because your accreditation letter serves in lieu of the site visit, et cetera. There still will be in the application some need for them to produce evidence or attest to the Vermont specific compliance, and the agency and the board will be checking for that through a common form. I'll pause right there before I jump into where to find all of this in the rules. Okay, so let me start. I'm going to skim through there. You'll see in this document, there's a lot of green. We've taken the definitions for any word that is in the content that we've brought over from Act 1 into these rules. We've gone and grabbed the definition from the EQS and brought this into these rules so that they're in the same place. The definitions are the same, they mirror one another, unless there needed to be a change like school board to approved school or governance board or something like that. So they're rough equivalent. So I'm going to skim through the definitions. Just know that we've brought in the definitions that apply in this case. There were 5 definitions, I believe, that the committee also felt were important that would be useful in the future for any interested reader of these rules. You can find those definitions in the side-by-side. It's noted in the right-hand column. So I'm not going to spend time on that today. I just wanted to tell you where you could find it. I'm going to skim now to the statement of purpose. So that, and I think that might have been what Tammy, that might have been the section you were referencing. So let me go down there and explain. Oh, I think my version does not have the definition section in it. Okay, so let me start with the statement of purpose. The orange, and I see a typo there, which will be corrected. The orange orients the reader to the changes that are being made in all of the categories that Jennifer described, except Act 1. So that's some language that is certainly ripe for review, and the committee will continue to look at that next Wednesday to make sure that accurately reflects the purpose of these amendments. The language in green is pulled directly from the statement of purpose from EQS. And so if there are errors in that, please do point those out. Or if you feel like it doesn't really apply here, please let us know as well, because those are 2 of the considerations in the question. So let me pause there to see if Tammy, you wanted to focus in on anything specific.
I think I'm going to, but I think I need more time to sit with it. I just wanted to understand where the origin of the language came from, and what I'm understanding is that this was not taken from someplace. This was drafted by the committee, correct?
This, the orange was drafted by the committee, or I drafted it for the committee with committee input. The green is taken directly from 2110.
2110?
I think it's 2110 in the EQS.
Okay, that was my question. So the two things match exactly.
Yes. Yep.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, and I will say, I mean, we tried to be really faithful. Like, we didn't want to start tweaking language because, again, my goal here to have consistent language between the 2 rule series.
Right.
So, and to Sarah's point, I mean, like there were some things where we had to change, like if EQS referenced a supervisory union or a school board, which would not be applicable, we did change that. But other than that, it literally was the lift and shift.
Got it. And so again, I'm sorry if I'm asking questions that I'll then answer for myself when I have more time with it. But is it the things that are in green that come over? That's language that you've basically we've aligned between the EQS rule series and this series, correct? And is there a way to tell where there have been any language changes, or are the only language changes been for sort of governance kinds of things?
That is.
I guess I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out an efficient
what
way
you need to
review it.
I appreciate.
Right.
Yes. So I want to say it's almost exactly what was in EQS. I could probably very easily in 20 minutes go through the green and make a different color, any specific word that was changed only for compliance with, governance structures. But for your purposes, it was literally lift and shift.
Okay. That's how I understood it. And I know you have a lot on your plate, Sarah, but I'm also wondering that when this is put out for public consumption, being able to show exactly those changes, and it is lift and shift, but lift shift with minor adaptations. I think it's going to be really important to show that it really was lift and shift and where the minor adaptations were, and if we can be proactive in color coding that so people can see. I think that would be helpful, because I think a lot of people are going to go back and try to map the things just to make sure that there was no tricky business, and it might be helpful just to be clear, like, yeah, it was lift and shift, but here are the things that were necessary changes because of the shift in context. So I think that might be helpful to do.
Yes.
Sorry to add to your list.
Nope, that's
well,
fine.
And the other thing too I'll say, Tammy, is Sarah doesn't have it up on the screen, but the marked copy has all of the comments saying this is from, EQS rule, blah, blah, blah. But I think to your point, like if there were, like a subtle word change here or there, Sarah can take care of that.
I think
but just know that like
just be helpful.
What we're looking at right here doesn't have the rule citation, but that does exist in the marked up version.
Right. I have the marked up version open too. So I think that when this goes through the process, to be able to say, really show that it was lift and shift, and that these were the small technical changes that were made for just purposes of governance and things along those lines, will be really helpful to be able to show that. And I think it'll also keep people from trying to do a word by word comparison. But no, this is great. I really appreciate all the color coding and all the copies. Thanks, Sarah. This is really helpful.
And some people like the color coding. Some people will like the side by side, so they can literally compare language. So you have both, and hopefully you find a way to process information that works for you.
Thanks, Sarah. Appreciate it.
Jen, I was just gonna note that I think the PDF version of the marked up draft doesn't capture the side comments, but the side by side will. And so just for clarity for folks looking for the sort of why or notices that we saw in the live document versus those that are captured in the PDF. But I think it is all captured, I think, in the side by side as I looked at it.
Okay, good. Thank you for that, because I didn't realize it wasn't showing up in the PDF, but okay, so side by side has the notation.
So I'm going to show you just a few of the other sections in the rules that pulled in some of the Act 1 components from EQS. We've reworked the non-discrimination requirements. Again, no substantive change other than lift and shift, and reorganizing, like renaming the rules for the specific requirements. But you can see here which rule, you can see the number 2223.2 and 2223.3 have the specific requirements. And I can cite to what I'll do with the side by side before the next version is you'll see, I think in it, I have in those sections, it either says pulled from EQS or it cites the specific provision from EQS. If it doesn't cite it, to your point, Tammy, I'll make sure that it says this comes from section 2120 or 2114. Two major pieces that were brought in that are probably the hardiest in terms of content for schools were the requirement for instructional strategies. And this lives in the rules in the section that all approved schools, which is both schools that receive public funding and schools that don't, all schools will be required to provide for instructional strategies. And this is a word verbatim right from EQS, so that you'll see some of this wording. It'll be very familiar. I'm not going to go through it because I think you've already reviewed it. We've also pulled in the requirement in the curriculum content that the approved schools have. It's the same language here, that they offer the ethnic and social equity studies curriculum. So I will also cite, if it isn't already, I think, in the side by side exactly where this is pulled from, but it's the same requirement. Okay, I'm going to move now to some orange language. In the reorganization, we set up the first major section, the substantive section beyond definitions, to list all of the different requirements of approved schools, whether it's non-discrimination or their physical facilities or their curriculum. And in doing so, that helps not only to have this all in one place, but it also helps later in the rules to be able to refer back to those sections when we're talking about what needs to be in an application for either accredited or non-accredited schools, and what the board needs to review and make findings on when you ultimately decide to approve or reapprove a school. It also assists because now that there's some focused attention on continued compliance, both the secretary and the board and the agency can look to two specific sections here that are really intended to be the inventory of requirements.
I've got to just make sure I'm muted. Sorry.
So, so let me just call your attention to this section, and you can review it at your leisure. 2223.3.4, lots of numbers. And here is where you will see some requirements that were formerly in the application process or the approval process moved over to identify that these are requirements of schools. In addition, and you will see which ones come from Title 16, we've added some new content that are not new requirements, just to reiterate, not new requirements for approved schools, but new to the rule series. And some of them exist as, for example, the Concussion Management Action Plan, compliance with immunization of students against disease. You'll see that there are requirements already for maintaining policies for students to be excused from lessons on dissection of animals, et cetera, et cetera. We've also pulled in here Act 29 requirements, and we're signaling even that in some of these won't be required until 2025. So you'll see toward the end comments on the requirements around, for example, the written building access control and visitor management policy plan. So this section really speaks to requirements that are focused on health and safety and equitable access to learning opportunities for students. Not too far away from that, because all operation of schools should be related to this, is the next section, which just has a flavor of more operational things that schools need to do. And so I ask that you still pay a little attention to this to make sure it captures this, and the filter by which we've separated these groups of requirements is appropriate, and we've hit the right requirements and the right filter. They have the same impact, legally speaking, as because they're in the rules, but they're just organized differently. So these are things like, for example, maintaining an operating schedule that includes the total number of instructional hours each year that is not less than that required of the public schools. That was previously in the rules, but it was in I think that was in the findings section when the board had to decide whether to approve. And now it's just clearly in the requirements section, along with a few other specific requirements. I'm going to pause there before going to the next section. Any questions?
Well, and I will say too, when the committee was talking about all of these new to the rules requirements that we're bringing forth, because they're already listed in statute, we did have a conversation about, was this helpful? We're trying to be, helpful, user friendly, but at the same time, we recognize that, laws get updated all the time, and we didn't want this to be, sort of fixed in time in a way that becomes not helpful as you move forward into the future. And so I think we did put in language at the very beginning of all of that saying there's a continuing obligation for schools to, keep apprised of changes in laws and to ensure that, they remain in compliance with any changes that might come into effect after these rules are promulgated.
Yes. Yep. All right, I'm going to move to just a little bit more detail on the annual compliance assurance, and I'm just going to spell out basically what's currently in draft form for how the annual compliance assurance is envisioned to work. So this, some of you may know this as the attestation. So the way it's drafted right now, the secretary will consult with the board on the content of what is in there. We're envisioning those two sections that I just reviewed and called your attention to that are the requirements, the Vermont specific requirements. We're envisioning that the secretary would have many, if not all, of those components in there, but we would leave it to the discretion of the secretary in consultation with the board, recognizing that that list that is in the rule is pretty exhaustive and it may not be worth a check mark to say, did you take time to celebrate Abraham Lincoln's birthday this year? So that may be on the list, it may not, but this will be evolving with probably what contemporary interests are between the agency and the board when reviewing annually the compliance of approved schools. The form would be created. The form would be made available to schools. They would have at least 90 days to review it to make sure they are in compliance, in continued compliance, I should say. And they are required to submit a complete, unadulterated version back to the secretary. So it's important to recognize that we're putting a little, you'll see in a second, there's a little bit of some teeth in this, this requirement. And we just want to be really clear with, or at least it's drafted so that the board is very clear about your expectation that once the form is put out, is put out there, replying back that you are in compliance with 9 of the 10 items does not meet your expectations. So it has to be a complete, unadulterated form that is returned. There are some opportunities for a school if they are finding that they need to conduct a fire drill and they just, for scheduling reasons, it's, they're technically not in compliance, but the fire drill is not going to happen until a few days after the form is due. Things like that, I think we understand. Schools may need a little wiggle room to be always continually in compliance because compliance is an ever evolving thing. So they can ask the secretary for good cause to extend the due date. They just have to be reasonable about it and can't do it the day before. So what happens if a school doesn't submit the form? The secretary will notify, or the agency will notify the school, and you'll have a 5-day grace period. Because the expectation at that point is that you've had 90 days to do a self-check, and you should be able to get the form in. And there could be some underlying reason why you weren't able to attest to continued compliance. So after the 5th day, this directs the secretary to immediately begin an investigation. For those who aren't familiar, investigations come only in a couple of limited circumstances in terms of immediacy in these rules as they currently exist. One would be when a school might self-report that their financial capacity is somehow in threat, that the secretary would launch into an investigation, and there's a process for how that is conducted formally. And how that involves the Council of Independent Schools, and recommendations are made to the board to act. In this case, rather than waiting for a complaint-driven one, if a school isn't in compliance, it raises the red flag a little faster, and the agency begins that work. So that's where the teeth in this annual compliance assurance is. This is where it's intended to lie, is that there's immediately attention to the fact that the annual compliance assurance isn't in there. We're going to explore why it isn't. And the board will then have an opportunity at the conclusion of that investigation to revoke, suspend, or place conditions on the school's approval status. I'll take a moment now to also note that in this revision, although I'm not going to highlight it more today, we have ensured that it is clear that the board has the authority to suspend, revoke, and approve schools or place conditions on them, just on their general approval, but also you can do those same things with their ability to receive public tuition dollars. So some of the outcome that may come from this and the investigation and the recommendations that come before the board may involve either wholesale revocation of their approval, or it may come in a more limited stance and saying you're revoking their ability to their approval to receive public tuition. The reason that isn't happening immediately and it goes through an investigation process is because the Title 16 166B does set out some due process requirements for the board before certain things happen with taking away approval status. All right, I'm going to move from that unless there's a question or a clarifying remark that needs to be made. Okay. I'll call your attention to, in the reorganization, the board approval. We've spelled out the findings, which were largely spelled out before, but there wasn't a distinguishing mark between what the board had to do for standard schools that were going through the approval process. And by standard, I mean non-accredited schools, which is a more comprehensive analysis and review that involves the agency, and the findings that the board has to make for an accredited agency. The statute allows you to permit accredited schools to go through this process without an evaluation. The board in its current rules doesn't say you can go through without any evaluation, but it does abbreviate the degree to which you're going to be evaluating, and this reflects the same thing. You're going to evaluate those accredited schools. In large part, it just takes away the site visit and the committee review around curriculum and governance, et cetera, because that's done through a review of the report from the accrediting agency like NEASC or ASNE. But when you make the findings, we make clear in this, and you can see in this section, I've highlighted that the board needs to make findings related to the compliance with the Vermont specific laws for both categories of approval. And we added in, you need to make a finding, just a specific finding, that public fund, that the school, before you approve a school for public funding, that it's meeting all the requirements necessary, and the secretary and the agency will make their recommendation for you on that. I'm going to zoom ahead here because I know we're a little tight on time. And I'm going to move right here to the recognized accrediting agencies and tell you where some of this came from. So as Jennifer noted before, what has existed is in the, 7320, I just wrote it in and now I'm forgetting. In a separate set of rules, there was a list of accrediting agencies that could accredit a Vermont school, and that would permit them to go through a review process for approval without the more intensive evaluation. That rule is sunsetting, and as Jennifer noted, in this set of rules, there are now criteria that the board will determine, that the board will use to determine who is a recognized accrediting agency. I'm going to skip down to B before I come right back to the criteria. But basically what will happen is you'll post this criteria will be part of the rules. These agencies like NEASC and ASNE or other accrediting agencies will submit an application describing to you, the board, how they meet those criteria. You'll take a look at that and you'll say yay or nay. If it's yay, you'll give them a term for which they can be approved. 5 years, 10 years, 2 years, whatever. You have discretion over that. It's very loosely written. So that's the physical process of how you are now going to recognize those accrediting agencies, and that list will be posted. And those schools who may want to now become accredited to afford themselves the accelerated approval process, or because self-improvement in a school is of value to them, they'll know which accrediting agencies have been recognized by the state. Although not in this rule series, the recognized accrediting agency list is also referenced with regard to the recognized independent schools that are not part of this rule series, but that are recognized through a process that the agency administers. It affords them some accelerated processes as well. So let me go back to the criteria. In the side-by-side, you can see which criteria were, I believe, and if it isn't, I will make sure in the next version we've specifically said which criteria we have added and which were loosely pulled from mirroring the way New York applies this recognition process. Some Vermont specific pieces that I recall off the top of my head is that the accrediting agency has to be in operation for at least 5 years, that they have to maintain membership in a peer organization that supports accrediting agencies in continuous improvement. So there are many I shouldn't say many, there are a handful of these peer organizations that, as a condition of membership, require accrediting agencies to go through their own self-improvement process and to help them keep abreast of best practices and accreditation. And so the committee is recommending that we make that a condition of being a recognized agency. The other is number 8, that we require that schools seeking accreditation promote an equitable, just, and inclusive community of adults and students, foster a culture of learning, and inspire students to respect and value diversity in its many forms. That criteria came from one of those peer organizations that we reviewed. It was one of their general criterion of membership, and it seemed to apply very well to the values of the committee and the board for application here. Another that I want to call your attention to are numbers 10 and 11, that the accrediting agency needs to have an understanding and a familiarity with Vermont laws and rules and regulations, and they can demonstrate that in their letter and application. And also that they agree, if asked by the agency, at the request of the agency, to review and report on practices that are in compliance with state-specific requirements. So what I'm referring to there is we've reviewed and we've seen, the committee has seen, that NEASC has an addendum that is Vermont specific. And this, the agency can ask for them to continue to use it or not for Vermont schools that are approved, or the agency can say, here are a list of an appendix of other requirements we would like for you to also review when you're doing your assessment and compliance work with the accredited schools, and that they need to be amenable to working with the agency and accepting that that guidance. So please do review those criteria and make sure they capture what you think needs to be captured. And I think that brings me to the end of the major buckets, Jennifer.
Great, thank you very much for that. So we can take some questions now, but I'm sure that many of you have not had a chance to really sit down and be thoughtful with this. So hopefully between Sarah's overview and my overview, as well as the side-by-side, the marked up version, the clean version, and sort of these questions that have been posed, that will kind of help you to orient yourself as you're looking at the rules. And then once you've had time to sit with this, if you can get back to me with any comments or questions, and then the subcommittee will consider them at our meeting next Wednesday. But right now, I don't know if anyone has any questions or comments that we can discuss. All right, I'm not hearing any. That was very thorough, Sarah, and I really appreciate the time and effort that went into preparing that in such a clear and organized way. So thank you very much.
Nice to see you, Sarah.
Hi, Mr. Jepson. I have to say this in every meeting that we're together in. Mr. Jepson was my principal. and at Fairhaven when I was attending, and I did receive the principal's award my senior year.
I
So I
truly
work
knew.
extra hard. I work extra hard anytime my work product goes in front of Mr. Jepson.
I knew how to pick them, and she has been successful regardless of knowing me. So, well done.
So I think at this point, let's plan on getting responses to me by Monday morning. That will give you the next few days as well as the weekend to really spend some time with this. The committee is planning to meet next Wednesday, I think between 12 and 3 o'clock next Wednesday. And then what we'd like to do is have a special meeting of the full board next Friday. The reason for this is, as I've said, I'm really looking to have consistency between Rule Series 2000 with the EQS and Rule Series 2200. And I think it will be really helpful to have public comment between those two rule series overlap, so that if we get comments in one rule series, we have the ability to, consider it in the other rule series. So again, we end up with parity between the two rules. So that's really the reason why I'm trying to keep us on this path. And if I, do the math backwards, the meeting with ICAR in September is September the 11th. They require materials 2 weeks in advance. And if we are able to meet next Friday, that will give the committee and Sarah time to sort of finalize everything and prepare the materials and get them submitted on time. So I'm going to have Maureen and Suzanne send out a doodle poll just to make sure that we've got a quorum. And I do know sort of the reason for the 12 to 3 time slot is Tom, with his many hats that he's wearing, he is only available 12 to 3 every day next week. So that sort of became the least common denominator. Kim.
Thanks, Jen. And just to clarify, and I think it probably is clear, but we will on the 18th be looking for board approval to move it into, so an actual vote. And we appreciate the extent of the materials and appreciate your time and attention to it, so that you are in a place to feel comfortable to take that vote, hopefully, and allow us to be in as close to sync as we can with the other rule series. But just wanted to make sure that was clear. We are looking for action on the 18th.
Yeah, thank you, Kim. And again, I mean, it looks like there's a lot of red going on in these documents, but a lot of it is Act 1, sort of the lift and shift. So, board has seen that language before, so that shouldn't be too new. The other language with regard to the attestation clause and recognizing accrediting agencies is new, but these are things that we've discussed for a while that we would be working on. And then the reorganization is really meant to just kind of make this flow in a way that feels more intuitive. So, all right, anything else before we head to a break? Okay, and if I didn't say it before, I'll say it now. Tom and Kim, I really do appreciate the work that you've put into this too. And I mean, it's really been nice. I think we've had some really, really fruitful meetings and we're all on the same page, which is great. But I think too, sort of having us come together, people think of things that other people haven't thought of, and then it, leads to this organic discussion that I think leads to a better product. So I really appreciate the dedication that everyone has brought to this process.
Thanks, Jen. Just if it's okay to mention too, we have identified a couple of parking lot things that we couldn't necessarily change in the rules, but have question for the legislature because we're noticing inconsistencies. So if, as you are looking at it as a full board, things pop for you that you're not sure can exactly be fixed or changed in the rules, but strike you as inconsistent, please raise those for us as we look to, help inform future legislation if it's appropriate.
Great. All right, so I would like to take a quick break. We are a little bit off schedule, although we did, already take care of agenda item L. Why don't we take a 5-minute break if that works for everybody, and then we will come back just at 11:10, 11:11. All right, thank you. We are now to the Teacher of the Year presentations, which is always really fun. I think before I turn it over to Andrew to introduce the candidates, just as a reminder, like every year we have finalists for the Teacher of the Year. And so our job today is to listen to each of the 3 candidates. You guys were all sent the rubric last week. So those are due back to Maureen by the end of the week on Friday. If you've not printed them out already, go ahead and do that. But just keep track of your thoughts as we're listening to the presentations so that you can provide your feedback for consideration for who the ultimate Teacher of the Year for 2023 will be. So with that, Andrew, I will turn it over to you.
Great, thank you. That was my first bullet point, so I appreciate you going over that, so we can make sure that we have those documents back to us. So just a couple things before introducing our panelists, I just wanted to really acknowledge that this year, even though it was my first year coordinating, apparently we saw some of the highest numbers than in the past few years. We've had over 50 people nominated. We had just about 30 people apply. And actually had 9 interviews to get to this point of our 3 finalists. So it was an incredibly competitive year. And so I think that speaks to the work of these 3 here. I also did want to just acknowledge a few honorable mentions as well, because we did have so many great candidates. So just shout out to Karen Watalik-Krupa out of BFA Fairfax, Kelly Mills from Hannaford Career Center, and Linda Alvarez from Wyndham Regional Career Center. They did awesome work as well. Really what I think you'll hear today is sort of the reasoning of the committee and the panels for these 3 finalists is just their level of engagement with their communities and with policymakers on both the state and local level. It's just incredibly impressive of their work. So with that, I'll have each of the panelists just turn on their cameras for a moment to, and I can go through the name, and we'll be starting with Aziza. So there's Aziza here, who I'm sure many of you may recognize from last year, who Aziza was a finalist, and I believe this is maybe the 3rd time going through the process. We also have Courtney, and I believe everyone should have access now, so please let me know. I'll check my email if you're having any issues. Courtney out of Winooski, and Lindsay also out of Winooski. They actually work together. So this is kind of a fun time. And I'll check my email. Maybe Courtney's having some technical issues. So with that, we're going to have Aziza start. And perfect, Lindsay, feel free to log back off. So thanks.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. Can you hear me okay? All good?
Yeah.
So my name is Aziza Malik, and I've been an educator here in Vermont for the past 20 years. I got my start at Shelburne Farms in the Intervale as a farm-based and environmental educator, and then transitioned into the public schools about 15 years ago, ultimately landing at Champlain Elementary in Burlington as a 4th and 5th grade teacher. So it's been quite the summer, full of challenges for Vermont, and I bet on our minds here today are a lot of our neighbors, or maybe even some of you that are experiencing the extremes that we've had this summer, between the wildfire smoke and the flooding, extreme weather. A lot of us are really hurting here in Vermont. But what really gives me so much hope, and just what makes me love living here and teaching here, is seeing how we come together in these times of struggle. It's just been truly incredible to see. We're there for each other all the time, but just especially in times like this, there's nothing like this hope, resilience, unity that we see in these times of challenges as Vermonters. And I really believe that these same ideas apply to our educational future, those same exact concepts. And today I'm going to talk to you about something called place-based education that really has this main idea at its root. What it is what it sounds like. Place-based education integrates place into your curriculum. It breaks down those traditional barriers and brings in community. And when we say place-based, we're not just talking about nature, but we're talking about social, cultural environments as well. It makes authentic connections, and it helps us be able to integrate learning. All those skills that we're learning about individually are applied when we're using place-based education. And most exciting for me, I just see it as a way for creating change and working with communities to be able to strive towards mutual goals together that are beneficial for everyone. So what do I mean by this? I'm going to show you a couple of projects, or share with you a couple of projects that I've been working on for the last few years that illustrate this. The first one we call Celebrating Our Roots, and this project started with a really small interaction. My family is from India, so a tradition we have is to make chai for each other. So I do this in my classroom, and one year I was making the chai for a student of mine, or for my classroom, and a student of mine he instantly lit up. He had this look on his face. He was so excited and just exclaimed, "This is what we make at home." And I could just see in that moment the belonging he felt. He felt at home. He felt like he was part of something. And a spark went off that I just wanted every single student to feel this way. I believe that everyone deserves to feel like they belong. And I set out with a goal at that point to really change our food system and really our curriculum to better reflect our diverse community at school. And what better way to do that than through food? Because everyone deserves to feel that way, from whether you've been here the longest all the way up to our most recent arrivals. So we started partnerships. We reached out to the Abenaki Land Link Project. We worked with New Farms for New Americans. And most importantly, we reached out to our families, students and families, and found out, what do they want to see in our gardens? What do they want to see in our cafeterias? And we started to build those in. We grow them in our gardens and get them into our schools, just not only in the cafeteria, but in the curriculum as well. And the most beautiful part of it is the stories that we've heard, the connections that people have made, telling their stories about how this food has made them feel, and their experiences, and the connections those have bridged cross-culturally, and sharing the recipes as well. It's all just been a beautiful process. And throughout it all, there's so many opportunities for curricular connections. We've been able to integrate English language arts, math, social studies, science, all throughout the process. And while we've started this project at Champlain, it's spread throughout our whole district. And currently we're working on a toolkit with Shelburne Farms that it's a nice little package so that no matter where you are, in Vermont, anywhere in the world, really, you could do the same at your school to be able to collect this and connect through any subject area or grade level, or even outside of schools. A second project I wanted to share was something called Grow Wild. And this project started with a conversation with a parent of a student of mine who served on the city's conservation board. We realized that the city and the schools really just weren't working together. We were working in isolation, but we actually had a lot that would be beneficial if we came together. So the city has major climate resiliency goals to really be working towards solutions towards climate change. And they have resources, technical expertise to be able to do that. We at the school have educational goals, and we have land, we have students that can distribute information and resources. And so we put these two together, and we've been able to do some really, really exciting things. So we've been doing what we call nature-based solutions to climate change. And this means that we've done things like creating a wildlife corridor at our school. It benefits our community because we don't mow there. It benefits the wildlife, the pollinators, increases tree coverage. We've also done partner plantings and pollinator gardens, and the most exciting project has been our native tree nursery, where students are collecting seeds from local trees, taking them all the way through the process, and they're being used in restoration projects all around the city and the parks projects. So very, very, very exciting work. And students pre-K through 5 are involved in every single step of the process. There's connections to every single subject area. It's just a really amazing project, and it's gotten a lot of attention. Our students have had the chance to be able to present to the city of Burlington's mayor. He brought every single department head to come see our work, and the whole city council also came. We've had visitors from Brazil, and then our work was even featured at the UN Climate Summit in Glasgow. So it's very, very exciting work. In conclusion, those are just two examples. And these are very personal examples to me and to my location, but I really truly believe that the concepts can be applied universally. They work for everyone, and the work is really growing. University of Vermont has just started a certificate program in place-based education, so more and more people are using this as a model. And it makes sense. It breaks down barriers to foster strong, engaged, and inclusive communities. I believe these values are really what makes Vermont, Vermont. It's who we are. It's at the root of who we are, to be there for each other, past, present, future. And we're a community that is truly Vermont strong. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Aziza. It was great work that you're doing out there. So next, we're gonna have we'll have Courtney go, and then I think if there's some time, we'll allow for some Q&A. So Courtney, why don't you see if your camera?
I'm here. Can you see me?
I can hear you. Can folks see Courtney? Okay.
No.
So Courtney, maybe what always sort of the first thing to recommend is to leave the meeting and come back, and we'll see if that works. Let's give us a minute for you to troubleshoot, and then if it's not working when you come back, we'll go to Lindsay and then circle back around.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry about that. This is kind of our standard with Teams sometimes, right?
Andrew?
Yes.
Maybe while we're waiting for Courtney to come back on, I know you introduced yourself earlier. I'd love to hear just a little bit more about you and where you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I
Nice
can feel.
Nice to hear more about you in the 30 seconds while she's coming back on. So welcome.
Sure. Absolutely. So I've been with the agency on the licensing team for, I don't know, I guess almost 4 years now, or maybe it's been more than 4 years. And I just last week started as our assistant division director. So I'm working under Josh Soulier. Formerly it was Patrick Halliday led our division. So doing all sorts of the work. I'm sure you've probably heard some of our changes around praxis testing. So I've been engaged in a lot of that work lately. Creating endorsements, updating standards, that type of stuff. So yeah. Let's see, I saw Courtney come back in. Oh,
Andrew, I'm also wondering, did I miss the rating sheets? Do those go to you? I think I said Maureen. I think they do go to you.
That's fine. Yeah, I think we put my email on there, but if you send it to Maureen, she'll forward it to me. Yeah. So that's not a problem.
We'll try to avoid giving Maureen one more thing to do. So.
That was my thinking exactly. So
yeah. So board members just send it straight to Andrew.
Thank you. Let's see, Courtney, are you back on?
I am back. I can see myself.
And we can see you.
Oh, yay. Okay, that worked. Very good.
Awesome. Great. And Courtney, feel free to take your time too. I'm going to give each of you and Lindsay, I think it was like an extra minute and 12 seconds or something like that. So I'm not being super firm on the 5 minutes.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, thank you very much for having me. I'm excited to be here, and my name is Courtney Paquette, and I've been teaching business and personal finance at Winooski High School for 18 years. Through this process, I actually reflected on my own journey in the education system, all the way back to kindergarten, where my mom struggled to register me for school because we didn't have a permanent address. As a child who had to face financial obstacles, it's actually quite remarkable that I'm here before you as a personal finance educator who has been nominated for Teacher of the Year. I entered this profession through peer review, as I had a degree in business and found myself looking for a career that would be fun, rewarding, and challenging, and teaching still checks off all of those boxes. While I plan and raise money for whirlwind student trips to New York City and secure grants to help my students start their own in-school businesses, my true passion is financial literacy and advocating for all Vermont students to have equitable access to this education. There are so many stories I could pull from class. Draft charges once they learned how to manage their accounts. Former students have returned to share how they broke the cycle of poverty and are helping their parents do the same. One of my proudest moments was this year as I worked with a graduating senior on her future budget. We realized her dream of becoming a social worker was going to leave her $160,000 in student loan debt. Together, we called the college and inquired about a specific scholarship. 5 minutes later, $140,000 in future debt was removed, and we worked with her employer to cover the remaining $20,000 in scholarships. This education is truly life-changing, and I believe we can make an impact if every Vermont student leaves high school, college, and career ready, and with a financial plan for their future. Increasing access to this education will help all demographics. The children in the middle class and those born to high-income earners are less likely to receive need-based assistance when it comes to college, leading to additional student loan debt. Children who qualify for free and reduced lunch also have to think about higher education costs, but they also balance decisions on whether to work and save money because those choices can impact the government benefits their families receive. Increasing access to this education can also be one step towards closing the racial wealth gap that exists in our country and our state. Since the pandemic, more focus is on this education than ever before. My students have been featured in a national documentary entitled "The Most Important Class You Never Had," which has inspired people across the country. This year, another group of students proudly shared their stories and welcomed state officials, all the local news media, in addition to CNBC and a camera crew from Norway. A Vermont Digger article written by my former student, David Klinker, begins with the following quote: "I'm an 18-year-old college student, and I have a financial plan for the next decade. I have 2 businesses, my own apartment, an emergency fund, a diverse investment portfolio, a monthly budget, and a healthy skepticism about the speculative nature of cryptocurrency." David's article continues to talk about how he's used the education to teach his parents. In Winooski, my students often work as translators for their families. Using their knowledge from class, they help their families understand credit scores and reports, apply for loans, review the terms of their leases, and even purchase homes in the community. As I attend our family conferences with parents who speak English, Nepali, Swahili, Somali, Mai, Arabic, Burmese, and more, the message always translates the same: "Thank you so much for teaching this. I wish I had this class." I often joke that the need for personal finance education might be the only thing that teenagers and their parents can agree on. Becoming a teacher has truly changed my life, and I learned alongside my students. I followed the lessons from my class, setting financial goals, investing for retirement, and paying off debt. And now I continue to teach, not because of a paycheck, but because I absolutely love what I do and the impact this has on students and their families. These are lessons I did not have the opportunity to learn at home, and I never had the opportunity to learn in school. Realizing that other teachers have also missed this education, I have expanded my focus beyond my classroom. Community partnerships with financial institutions have led to summer opportunities and careers for my students. At the state level, I have taught hundreds of educators through the Vermont Jumpstart Conference and a financial literacy graduate course I co-teach at Champlain College. On the national level, I served as a reviewer for the National Personal Finance Education Standards, which Vermont has adopted. In addition, I write blog posts and contribute to Next Gen Personal Finance. From a Vermont student who faced financial hardships to someone now teaching the tips of millionaires to my students and my colleagues, I would be honored to represent Vermont as this year's Teacher of the Year, where I would continue to elevate the voices of Winooski students and empower all educators to have the confidence to bring these lessons into their classrooms. Thank you for your consideration and your time.
Thank you so much, Courtney. Great job. You kept it within the 10 seconds over. Awesome. And so then finally, we'll hear from Lindsay. Lindsay, are you with us still? Great.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lindsay Cox, and I'm an educator at Winooski High School. If selected as the Vermont Teacher of the Year, I would use my platform to address the critical challenge of innovating the systems and structures within public education, specifically reimagining the roles of educators. Over the past decade, research has emphasized the need to redesign student learning for their future readiness, and Vermont educators have answered that call. From flexible pathways to proficiencies to personalization, we've changed the way we educate our students. Now it's time to turn that innovation lens on ourselves, to redefine the roles and update the systems within which we work. By embracing this challenge, we'll create more dynamic and impactful learning environments that prepare all students for their future. Currently, teachers are leaving the profession at a rapid rate, and there aren't enough new ones coming in to fill the vacancies. On top of that, educators have implemented rapid systems change over the past few years due to the pandemic. While other professions have seen those changes influence what their jobs look like now, in education, we're trying to celebrate a return to normal, but there is no normal to return to. Too much has changed, and it's time to reflect on how we can use our experience to make our roles and our schools work for what's needed in tomorrow's complex society. Let me share some of my professional experiences with you that have led me to this belief and make me uniquely positioned to address it. In Winooski, I run the iLab. It's a personalized learning lab where my students have the opportunity to pursue their passions while meeting their graduation requirements. So when people ask me what I teach, I often say whatever my students want to learn, but in reality, I'm a personalized learning teacher, and there's not a license for that yet. iLab fosters essential skills in persistence, such as goal setting or seeking and incorporating feedback. The approach is designed to be universally accessible, catering to all learners. My students' projects are incredibly interdisciplinary, from becoming a movie vlogger to performing an original play to exploring the subterranean ocean. Some students come in with well-defined plans, and others don't know where to start. But for all of them, the required real-world and community-based aspect of their experience increases the relevance of learning and often shapes their future decisions regarding their post-secondary education and career paths. For example, the student who now wants to be a corrections counselor after shadowing at Burlington Community Justice, or the student who's going to be a graphic designer after consulting with local businesses to design signage around Winooski. By allowing students to pursue their passions and providing a supportive environment, I aim to instill in them a love for learning and a sense of purpose that extends beyond the classroom. Because as an educator, my sense of purpose extends well beyond my classroom walls. Prior to teaching in Winooski, I served as the project manager for the Partnership for Change. This experience provided invaluable insights into change management from the perspective of multiple stakeholders. And I've applied these learnings in my classroom and district. I am always actively seeking opportunities to make our systems work better for teachers and students. I designed, implemented, and currently maintain an advisory system and curriculum at our high school. I reworked the way we hold family conferences to work better for our families. I helped change our final exam week to a performance assessment opportunity that revolves around our transferable skills. And during COVID, I designed both an interim and long-term hybrid system for remote teaching and communication that focused on the health and safety of all so we could continue to support our students and families and feel safe doing it. These systems experiences are informed by my other work in the field. I'm currently the chair of the Colchester School Board, where I've served for the past 10 years. This insight into education policy and funding has been so important for my ever-evolving understanding of the inequities in education. I'm also in a doctoral program in education leadership and policy studies at the University of Vermont, where I'm equipping myself as a researcher with the knowledge and skills necessary to better drive systemic change. And when I'm not a teacher or student or board member, I get to be a parent to an awesome 9-year-old. The past few Teachers of the Year have all talked about critical topics such as movement for learning, STEAM education, or supporting our multilingual learners. I love listening to Courtney talk about personal finance. I've actually attended one of her sessions, and Aziza's passion for place-based education is amazing. Every teacher brings such passion to an area that they've become experts in while living and operating in a school system designed to prepare students for a world that's drastically changed. My passion is and has always been helping others find theirs. I see my role as a facilitator of learning, and as Teacher of the Year, my goal would be to foster a collective conversation and inspire actionable change. A one-size-fits-all approach has never worked in my classroom and won't work to tackle this challenge either. I trust in the innate wisdom and experience of the educators here in Vermont and aim to encourage administrators and policymakers, families and students, researchers and community members to work with us towards a new vision of education. I want to empower all educators to create new roles that help reshape the educational landscape, to turn that innovation lens on ourselves, to redefine what it can mean when someone says, I'm a teacher. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Lindsay. So I'll just ask for all three to turn cameras back on for just a moment and a bow, I guess. Just phenomenal work. It's so remarkable just even to get to this point. I can't tell you just how much work and how intense this process has been just for me, kind of facilitating and reviewing and helping the former toys make the decision for the three of you to be here. And as I said in the email the other day, you know, you're part of this community now of Teachers of the Year, regardless of who ends up being the one for 2024. So just awesome work. Thank you so much. And with that, I'll turn back to the chair. And if you all have any other questions or if you'd like to move on to the next agenda item, thank you.
All right. Does anyone have any comments or questions for our candidates? I will say that oh yes, Mohammed.
I feel like I am put at my house and being.
Oh, I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm feeling like being asked to pick my favorite child among all my kids, knowing all the folks or our wonderful teachers here, Courtney, Lindsay, and Malika, Aziza, sorry. I know them all really well, and I'm just impressed, and I know how well they support our community, our students, and I just want to say congratulations to all the three of you, and thank you for all you have shared here, and I have witnessed a lot of it myself, and yeah, I'm excited for all the three of you. I can go on and on, but cheers to you all. I'm proud of you, the three of you, for sure.
Yeah, I'll tack on to that and just say that in all of the best ways, you've made this job really difficult for us because I enjoyed each one of your presentations, and you know, it's really clear to me that how passionate each one of you are about the work that you do and the students and communities that you inspire. And I wish there were more of you. And I think, you know, Vermont has many, many great teachers. I don't mean to suggest otherwise, but it's really clear to me how committed you are to the work that you're doing, and it's nice to hear about the results that you're having, and just thank you all for the work. All right, anything else?
I'll jump in as well and just say, first of all, thank you for all you have done and will continue to do for Vermont students. And as Jennifer just noted, I think, you know, this is just another example of how blessed we are in Vermont to have such amazing teachers for our students, right? You all represent you and your colleagues so very well, and you are the best of the best. But I know that you're probably looking around thinking that, you know, a number of your colleagues could be here with you too. And I think it's just really just represents what we are in Vermont and what public education in Vermont really means and looks like comes in the form of our high quality teachers and teaching. And you are definitely you represent that so well. So thank you for your time, and thank you for all you do and will continue to do for your students.
Heather.
Can't hear you, Heather.
Her microphone's on. She's just a little robotic.
Your headphones, I wonder if your headphones are dead. Are your headphones dead?
See, you're using our awesome VoIP telephone headphones, which Can
you hear me now?
I am not using. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, you can. I'm just
I've given up on the headphones, Heather. That's why I suggested it, because they always die on you.
They always die. So it's hard to top what my colleagues here on the board have noted in terms of appreciation and gratitude. I'm the interim secretary of education, if you did not know that. So hello. I too am incredibly impressed with each of your presentations and your applications. I don't quite know how I'm going to pick one of you. I wish all three of you could be the Teacher of the Year for 2024. And I'll rely on my colleagues here to assist with that. But each of you really speaks to a different part of my soul as an educator. And I just want to thank you for your passion and your commitment and your energy, particularly given the challenges that we've all experienced during the past few years. And you are all incredible role models, as Mohammed said, for your colleagues. And I personally can't wait to really elevate all three of you from a state standpoint, regardless of who is ultimately selected. So thank you, thank you, thank you on behalf of students and families and basically our entire state.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you all, and I hope you have a great start to your school years.
I'm glad I was able to ditch the headphones, Tammy.
I've given up on them.
They've usually been great. I don't know what's going on. I'll figure it out.
All right, so this brings us to an update by the Expeditionary School of Black River. Board members have received several documents in the agenda packet, and I believe we also have a few members here from ESBR to speak to the various documents that we've received. And I think, I'm just trying to find it. I know one of those documents really laid out the different considerations the board had discussed at our June meeting, our special meeting in June, and ESBR's response to it. So why don't we start there? And if someone, maybe Gary, if you want to start and just kind of walk us through what you've done, where you are, what still needs to happen, and the timeline for anything that is not yet complete.
I'm going to turn it over to Judy Pullinan, who is our head of school, and also Dr. Harry Chaucer is also here. We'll go through the steps there, the bullets that we have. I was in awe of the three people, and I don't know how you're going to choose between those three people. They were just wonderful people, and it was inspiring, and it is stuff that we're trying to do also at ESBR. But I'm going to turn it over to Judy. Judy, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, Gary stole my thunder. I was going to congratulate all three candidates as well. It has been a very busy 6-ish weeks for us. And this is a bulletin list that we did. I'm going to speak to most of them, and Harry's going to take over for a few of the bullets. So the first one is hiring, that the qualifications for staff must be high quality candidates, and Pat and Deb have reviewed them. I have a list here. Do you want me to read it out loud or just assume that you see it? We have our ELA has been approved by Deb, his qualifications. For science, we have 3 continuing faculty from last year.
And let me interrupt you.
Sure.
Just in the interest of clarity, if they're continuing from last year, is it reasonable to say that they've already been approved?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, just thanks.
Yeah, and Pat's seen all this as well. Performing arts is Susan Hafner McPherson. She's continuing faculty. Spanish, Horatio Travaglini is approved. A school counselor, Roxanne Blake, approved. Gary Blodgett will be assistant head of school, and he's been approved. Math, Dan Buckley, pending approval, waiting for a transcript. Me, have been approved. Social Studies, Jennifer Deschen, approved. Then we have other supporting staff. We have a Student Services Coordinator, Darlene Remy, who will coordinate IEPs, 504s with the sending districts. PLP implementation, Narissa Edwards-Smith, she's continuing from last year. She also served as guidance counselor last year, but she's only doing PLPs with the students this year. We have an ELA specialist who is continuing that will do assessments for us. Global citizenship is also continuing from last year. We have an outside, we have a possible outside placement coordinator for special education, and that's for Rule 2229. We have to contract with someone to provide services that we cannot provide ourselves, and we are working on that one. Any questions on that before we go to number 2? So we basically have almost all of our core. We're just waiting on Dan's transcript, which actually arrived today, and I'll be sending that up. And the outside services provider, we're also still working on that, but we do have a number of candidates. So,
how confident are you that both of those 2 positions that are pending approval will be done by Friday, which I think was the deadline?
Well, we have Dan's
transcript.
Well, transcript, yes. The outside services provider, that is just an agreement. We don't have any students that need it yet. I think we could get someone by Friday. I have a couple of candidates that I will be talking to. So I'm going to say, you want a percentage? 90?
Okay. Just trying to kind of gauge where you guys are with the process.
Yes, yes. I mean, we have some possibilities. And it's very basically, when I talked to Pat, she said we needed to do like an outside service provider agreement in the event that we have a student come in that needs the services that we can't provide, then that person will step in and do it. So it's a pretty part-time position. And I have a couple of people that may be able to do it. They need to be licensed special educators. So for this, it might be somebody that has a retiree license, that's a recent retiree or something. Yeah. So that's the one that I'll be working on this afternoon. Any other questions? Okay, so the second one I'm going to hand over to Harry Chaucer. We've worked with Harry very closely developing the staff professional development. And before, well, I'll let Harry do it and then I can do the last bullet point for you. So Harry?
Great, good morning, everyone. Lyle, I think you're the common denominator between the board and the rest of the educational community in Vermont. It just proves if you stick around long enough, you get to know everybody. I guess is the
must be talking about my gray hair here, Harry. Okay.
Well, yeah, I've got that stuff through there. Yeah.
And hi to Judy too.
Yeah, I was going to say me too.
So we've had a lot of help from Pat and Deb. I really appreciate that. It's good to have the expertise of the Agency of Education close at hand. Professional development, the focus for the year will be to establish a kind of a common language. We have the faculty at ESBR have all kinds of different training. They don't have a common background. So the goal will be to establish some common language, some common techniques, some common ideas, things like the rigor relevance framework that our own Ray McNulty was a part of, and with Bill Daggett, problem-based learning, a little bit drawing from Socratic seminars, from inductive logic and learning, differentiation, literature, a little bit from the Finnish educational basic curriculum. There'll be the faculty will be 2 half days, 7 hours in late August with me, and then the other half of those days working on curriculum on their own. In that early August or late August pre-service, they'll also have a half a day with Judy, dealing with all the logistical kind of bureaucratic background items like blood-borne pathogens and confidentiality, those issues, which we have a list of that we've verified with the agency. And then from September through June, the faculty work in synchronous Zoom groups, small groups. I'll be available for a number of days. They will choose mornings or afternoons to be with me face to face working on their curriculum. So the goal is we've established the framework at this point. You've seen that, but now to go from this to fleshed out curriculum will be the work of the in-service for most of the year. And then let's see, and the result of that will be full course syllabi for each course that's taught in this coming school year. Are there questions on that before I move on? Well, actually, before we finish up on 2.
The only thing I did notice is under the 4th bullet, the second one in, at least 2 observations will be conducted for all new staff. My guess is that you really meant to say current there, but I just wanted to double check.
That's a different condition, but perhaps Gary can speak to that.
I can speak to that. That was a typo. Sorry.
That's
it
what
is
I thought.
for continuing staff. Yes.
Yeah.
Any questions or thoughts regarding condition 2?
Maybe it's a little further on, Harry, but are lesson plans required of the instructors on a regular basis?
Let me turn that over to Judy because she would know that better than I. I plan on developing lesson plans that are in-depth, the kind of thing that is instructive, that helps the teacher focus, includes most everything that you possibly could include in a lesson plan, but I would not expect that every day. It's just simply not practical. So I would advocate for a reduced lesson plan, something that's practical, that is meaningful, that aids the teacher in his or her work. But Judy could speak to that.
Yeah, I would expect exactly what Harry just said on a weekly basis, just that the teachers have a plan of an overview of what they're doing every day based on the curriculum. But this is just more that when we are going to do an observation, we can go over the lesson plan with the teacher, know what to expect, the pre-conference type of thing. That's what that is referring to in the bullet point number 2.
Sometimes what I've done, Lyle, with teachers is ask them to focus on different aspects of a lesson plan for different lessons, or ask them which aspects they want to focus on. So if they're really drilling in on differentiation in one particular lesson plan more than they might for a different lesson, or proficiencies, or whatever the aspect may be.
And maybe you said it here, but would there be a template, just a sample that they would be starting with that you would want to see?
Yes. I developed that. I haven't run it by Judy and Gary yet. So that's the next step, and then to refine that and make sure we're of one mind on it.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. So back to Judy for condition 3. If there are no more questions.
Okay. Condition 3, I believe I sent a copy of the plan, but a plan for meeting the students' who needs special education services has been created, and I attached the document for that. Basically, and I'm looking for my document, I'm sorry, but I'll talk off the top of my head. Basically, the plan is, and I worked with Mary Barton at TRSU first. She's the director of special education services. That we agree that we will work with TRSU. We have a student services coordinator who will be essentially the LEA for ESBR that will contact them and meet with them about the services and 504 services. We will create a special education services plan for a student that needs it. If the student needs more than what we have, it's difficult to hire a full-time or a part-time special education person. So that's what we're working on. And we'll do the same with anyone that comes from outside of the TRSU, the same process.
So I did actually have a couple of questions about the agreement, because I looked back at what's required in it's 2229.4, and I'm just wondering if that agreement shouldn't also include who's on the team, because the rule mentions parents and student where appropriate. There's also mention that services shall be provided in a timely manner, beginning with the first day of the school year when possible.
Yes.
Minimizing loss of instructional hours and least restrictive environment. So I'm just wondering if those elements should also be brought into the agreement, just so that it's clear that you're in compliance with 2229.
We can include it. I know we did mention that there would be a team, and I guess I assumed that it would be the parent, everyone that's required to be there, but we can spell it out.
Well, I see Heather has her hand raised, and I was actually going to ask you, Heather, because I'm not sure what's normally in one of these agreements, and if so I'll defer to you. Oh, and you're muted.
I don't know that I have a different question, so maybe that will answer. So, hi, Judy. Hi, Harry. Hi, Gary. It's nice to hear from you all. So is the plan for your provision, just so I'm understanding, your provision of special education services under IDEA for students who have an IEP, for those to be provided by the supervisory union or district, which is a little bit backwards than the usual way this happens? I'm a little bit uncertain what the plan is.
Okay, so we would meet with the team, and as Mary Barton said, draw up a student services plan. If it's accommodations that can be provided by the teacher, that information will be disseminated to the subject area teacher. If it's something that we can't, we will work with.
I didn't hear you after you said work with. Is anyone else hearing Judy? I'm not hearing her.
Yeah.
I might just jump in a little bit. So I don't know why Judy's not, maybe she can come in. Maybe you're muted there, Judy, but so if the need is a service that the supervisory union can give us a service plan for, it might be specialist in reading or specialist in a particular area, language, a speech pathologist. Mary is going to have that service plan for those particular things. If it's something that they cannot provide, then that's why Judy is saying that we would have this service plan for, I mean, we would have this contract with another IEP person, a special educator. Does that make sense to you?
Kind of, but again, I mean, so
We-
this
we-
would be an independent contractor out in the community. So what the 2200 series is requiring for access to public funds is that typically the independent school is assuring that they can provide services for special education. So, and there's a variety of ways you could do that, to be sure. And typically how that occurs is that the student, as for IDEA, it's still the LEA, so the supervisory union, the supervisory district that's ultimately, well, Tammy Colby would say it's the state that's responsible, and I agree, but how that's instantiated and implemented, I'm glad I got you to giggle, Tammy, is that the LEA is who's really handling that responsibility. And so typically it's coming from the LEA is ensuring that the independent school is able to provide those services. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, understanding that you're just coming up to speed and you're newly approved, and how that's going to work, because I guess what we're saying is that to the extent the SU will still be able to provide those IEP services for the students that are at the Expeditionary school, they will, if they're needed, if it can't be accommodated under, for instance, universal instructional practices. And then is the intention to, I guess my question is, who would the contract be with for additional services if it's not the SU?
This is especially if it comes to us from a different supervisory union. You are right, Heather. Yes. Okay. You are right. This was so, as Pat Palace Gray is also online. This is what she recognized to us. If somebody came to us from another district, what we have to have some plan to be able to deal with special ed services for those students as well. Sometimes it might be still from that supervisory union, and sometimes it might be that we'd have to contract services from a special educator.
Or what many others are doing is they're hiring their own special educator on site at the
right, and that
school.
That is definitely a goal. We just got approved in June.
Understood.
But by the way, it's been a great working relationship with Mary Barton, and she's very pleased that we are being able to offer services for some of the students in the supervisory union. As she said the other day, because not every school can provide all the services for all the students, and our school is different. It's small and it's unique, and it serves a number of students that very, very well. Judy, are you back on?
Back. By phone though, I couldn't get back in. I don't know what happened.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions on that, Heather, or anybody else?
I'm good on that one.
Okay. Shall I go on to 4?
Yes.
Okay. So we need to have a plan in place for delivery of the required state assessments. So we will administer the Vermont state assessment. Either myself or an appointee, we haven't quite fleshed that one out, will take the training and oversee the staff assessment with Cognia. I did contact Danielle Dupree, and I know Gary did as well. to let her know we want to be on the list for the testing dates and training and materials. So that is where we are so far. And then that one does have a deadline of January 1st, 2024. So we are definitely on track to do that one. Any questions?
No, I'm not seeing any.
Okay. All right. Number 5, direct instruction must be delivered by qualified staff to students who are physically in attendance at school. That one, I think, stems from a misunderstanding with the previous head of school of something about snow days. And basically what we said is all ESBR will receive instruction in school or, out in the field or field trips, whatever, from ESBR instructors at our facility. We will not do snow days will be snow days. There won't be any online instruction. I think that's what happened last year that caused the confusion. But we're just going to operate it just like a regular school, and the kids will be there. Any questions on that one?
I see that Jenna has her hand raised.
Okay.
I was recalling that this was from a remote instructor, that there was wasn't there an instructor that was remote?
There was last year, but we don't have one this year at all. Everybody is going to be in the school for the most part.
Not for the most part. They're going to be in school.
Right. Well, I was thinking, like, what if we had a student take, say, like a VTVLC course for something that we don't offer, or something like that? That would be the only exception. But at this point, we don't have any plans to do it.
All right. Thank you. And Heather
right,
also has her hand raised.
Yeah, I just
Okay.
wanted to make a follow-up point, Judy, as you know. So part of that is that we don't have the authority, either the board or the agency, through our current statute to authorize fully online instructional programs. And so I think that's where that concern arose. We just, that's not something that can be authorized in our current statutory and regulatory space.
Okay.
I would agree that that doesn't forbid any remote instructional options. Our public system certainly does have robust, we hope, partnerships with VTVLC as part of the personalization for educational experiences for students. I think it was more the issue of a fully remote program,
Got it.
which we would not be able to approve or authorize, or really, would not have access to public dollars in any way through Vermont right now.
Got it. Okay. No, but I mean, the instructors will be in the classrooms. We don't have any plans for remote offerings at this time. That's really the answer.
All right.
Any other questions? All right. Number 6, continue assessment of all incoming students for literacy and math. We have Sandy Murphy, who is returning, and she'll do the assessment for all students using the DIBEL and the IXL assessment tools for the first 3 weeks of school. Those tests are done individually, and we will have the math instructor also do a math assessment test from the textbook Larson, along with the Art of Problem Solving math assessments during the first 2 weeks of school. Any questions
Thank you.
on that?
Not seeing any.
Okay, great. Number 7, I'm going to turn back over to Harry.
So we've submitted a curriculum framework. We focused on the 4 core subjects. That same framework we have for art and other subjects. But Pat and Deborah suggested we focus on the 4 core. And you see what we have there: titles and references, some notes on differentiation, some on key ideas, some on writing levels, depending upon the course. And over the course of the year, as I said earlier, the focus of professional development, we're moving from that bones skeletal curriculum to a fleshed out, full-bodied curriculum with fully developed courses. And that'll be done with, of course, with the faculty, which is how it should be done. Questions on that?
I'm not seeing any.
Okay, back to Judy.
Okay. So number 8 was prior to implementing a flexible pathway learning opportunity, we need to develop a written plan for flexible pathways that meets Act 77. We did reach out to Amy Dodge and discuss the dual enrollment program. And the decision was, while we would love to do it this year, we don't feel like we have the capacity to do it well, and that we would start a training next year for doing that. And I'll reach out to Amy Dodge in March to receive the training dates. And we'll get that set up in March for next year.
I see that Secretary Boucher has her hand raised.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, so Judy, thank you for your patience because I'm having a lot of questions here. So this one does concern me a bit, and here's why. So yes, dual enrollment is part of a fuller panoply. I've already used that word today, but I'll use it again. Panoply of flexible pathways options. But it's a little unique in that for juniors and seniors, if they are publicly funded, it is an entitlement. And so I actually want to make sure that we're not actually removing that entitlement that they have an entitlement to. And so I'd want you to, and I can certainly talk internally with our team, but I don't want that entitlement to get lost in a broader view of what paperwork might need to be followed or filed. And so let's talk about that one a little bit. Let's follow up on that one, because yes, ideally it's important that the school have a well-crafted comprehensive plan for all of the flexible pathways. There's no requirement that schools have to offer every single flexible pathway,
Right.
but there is an entitlement for juniors and seniors if they are ready. So that's the part that you would have to actually work on. Is there a way to assess that they're ready for a college course? I wanted to query this a little bit because sometimes there's a misunderstanding that the school itself has to offer the dual enrollment, and that's not true. Some of them are offered on site, but it could be an online dual enrollment course through CCV or through a college, or it could be, an in-person, depending, or it could be that there's an arrangement with an institution of higher education for a course to be offered on site. I just really don't want you to run afoul of that entitlement, which is by law. So happy to follow up with you on that a little bit later. And I want to make sure that our team has not misrepresented anything on that.
Heather,
So,
Gary was the one that actually had that conversation, so we'll let
First
him
of all,
answer that.
Amy was so helpful. She was just really helpful, and she really would like to have us work and learn more about that. But one thing that we did do last year is that we did put out a survey to our students who are older to ask them if they were interested in doing college credit or dual enrollment. We sent out a survey for that, and we didn't have a positive response for that. So I hear what you're saying, Heather, that it is an entitlement that they are allowed to have, and it's a right, and we can't just say, oh, you don't get it, sorry. But we did put out that survey, and we are, we're still working. In fact, I had a real positive conversation today with the tech center in Springfield that we're still working with, and we've been working with. But that's not the same, I know.
Sure, because I think what you want to make, ultimately what we want is for students to fully understand what dual enrollment is, to fully understand what early college is, and then to be able to make that decision. So I just want to make sure, and I think that that's a good thing that you've actually polled the students and no one is raising interest. I think that needs to probably be perhaps, there needs to be more, I would assume there needs to be more education for students moving forward about what dual enrollment actually is, what early college is. And I think that's probably that notion that Judy was speaking of about a comprehensive plan and agreement with the agency and that kind of stuff. So just wanted to raise it. I think if students are not asking for it, that's okay. I'd just like to see that they actually know fully what they're asking for or not asking for as we move forward.
So we need to work more together on this.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, great.
And by the way, I will just note that
reach out to Amy.
Okay. Yeah, and I can also make sure from our end that we're all on the same page. I want to make sure that we are.
Right.
Meeting at the agency. And I just want to note for the record that that ESBR has been fully, as you can hear, fully cooperating with the agency, really working well, attending the weekly meetings. So we don't have any concerns that I'm aware of the progress being made. My questions are more about ensuring that there's a full understanding of what's required for some of these.
Right.
All right.
Any other questions?
Board members, any other
and
questions?
I think Kim has her hand up.
Oh, does she?
Danielson.
Thank you. I don't.
Yeah, thank you. I'll put it down now, though. Thanks, Heather. I had raised it and then lowered it based on Heather's question because it was the same concern. I raised it again because I'm not sure that I think it would be adequate to have polled students last year about their interest and that this would otherwise be tabled until the next academic year. I don't see that meets the entitlement requirement. And so
I can reach her. Sorry.
Well, Kim,
I'll
one
reach
of the
out
things,
and
go ahead, Judy.
I can reach out because I mean, I have had experience in dual enrollment and I know that it's basically if a student wants it, we have to fill out the paperwork. So I can work with Amy on that. It's just that this was a conversation that happened with Amy where they were in agreement that we didn't need to do anything till next year, but there's no reason why we can't do that. It's pretty simple.
And that, as I'm hearing you say that, it is the expectation, I think, and you can correct me, Heather, if I'm wrong, that it wouldn't be that the student needs to hunt this down and figure it out themselves, but rather there'd be an obligation for the student to understand their ability to access
that presentation or something like that for the kids.
Something that educates them around that opportunity,
right?
For them to then respond to, as opposed to them figuring out they're entitled to it and reaching out to you. Am I understanding that correctly?
It's a little tricky, I have to say, because the way we regulate our public schools in this perspective is that they provide an assurance that they're abiding by the law. So they're abiding by the fact that students, yes, are aware of dual enrollment. The way we've instantiated the procedural elements of that law are to have, in a public system, a school counselor sign off for a student to actually acknowledge that they are ready for a college course. And the team would know much more about what we've done for other independent schools in this place. I don't want to, I'm kind of trying to straddle the fact that I don't think we currently require our public schools to kind of jump through a bajillion hoops around dual enrollment. We just actually, they make an assurance based on the entire flexible pathways piece, part of which is this entitlement. So I want to be careful that we're not going to every public school and saying, did you actually communicate this every year to your students? We probably could with perhaps some more staffing, but it's part of a broader, which is why the feedback has been to ESBR to actually work on this full plan. I just wanted to make sure that the ESBR folks understand the statutory obligation for the entitlement for juniors and seniors. So through a variety of reasons, our public schools know that entitlement because they've been working in this area for the past 10 years. But I don't want to give the impression that we go around and ask of every single public high school, how are you actually doing this?
No, but in this case,
we recommend that they do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in this case, it's a condition of approval. So to say that one of the conditions aren't going to be met until the following year, when we are acknowledging there's an entitlement to it, I just want to hear and understand that students will be made aware of this entitlement and this opportunity to make an informed decision about whether or not they choose it. And if they should choose it, I'm hearing ESBR say that they would figure out what they need to do for paperwork. And so as long as all those steps happen, that seems to meet the spirit. The delay for the year struck me as not something that would be meeting the conditions for approval.
I agree, which is why I brought up my original question, Kim, because that was the whole point. I was saying that you don't need to have this full-on flexible pathways plan to actually offer dual enrollment. It's a more simple process. They need to be ready, and then they need to log into the state system to actually procure a voucher.
Gary, I see that your hand is raised. Did you have a comment? No. Okay.
No, I think I was trying to figure out how to take my hand down on it. I'm sorry, but this is all really good information, though, and we're very, very interested. And Amy seems to be really wanting to help us with this area too. So good.
Well, it seems
all right.
And Gary, I'm happy to help on that too. No,
Sorry,
just saying, I'm happy. I'm happy to hop in on that too. That discussion, be part of that.
Thank you, Harry.
Oh, okay.
All right.
And if I can just, can I just continue down that rabbit hole just for 30 more seconds?
Sorry, I didn't see your hand up.
Yeah, that's great. This would be a question for Amy, I think, which is, can SBR, yes, I'm not going to get your title, ESBR, correct? ESBR log in, or do they need to go through the sending school from which the student attends to log into the system? So I think it's just a question to ask Amy when you get to that point.
I think we'll be able to log in ourselves, but it is a good question to ask her.
All right. Any other questions? Just want to make sure I got everybody. Hearing none, I thank you all for coming today. I think this has been really helpful, and it sounds like, you know, there are still some identified loose ends, but it sounds like you can follow up with the agency and make sure that you're all squared away. So thank you guys. This is really helpful, and you know, breaking it down to the different conditions and what you've done in response has been really helpful, at least for me. So I appreciate you putting the time into that. All right, Gary.
Yeah, one last thing. I would just like to say, first of all, I wanted to thank Pat and Deb for meeting with us twice a week. That was very helpful so that we could have these things in line and ready. It was a lot to do in a short period of time, but we're excited about the possibilities for this coming year for our students and our community, which, as you know, is also a little bit under the weather. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, so this brings us to the secretary search. And I have in the agenda packet the letter from Governor Scott, as well as sort of the cover email from Kendall Smith. And as you know, the state board is responsible under 3 VSA section 2702 to propose no fewer than 3 candidates for the position of Secretary of Education to the governor. From there, the governor then appoints the Secretary of Education with the advice and consent of the Senate. So you guys have all had a chance to read the letter from the governor, where he kind of lays out, his vision of the next Secretary of Education. And I thought what would be helpful, much as we've done with our other work, is to establish a committee to lead this work and sort of do the beginning process of identifying candidates who will then be brought before the full board for our consideration before we jointly decide which 3 or more candidates to recommend to the governor. So is there any discussion on that? Okay.
Jennifer, I had a couple questions.
Sure.
I noted in the letter 8 weeks. Is that 8 weeks for the committee to finish its work, or 8 weeks for the board to make its recommendation? Because I'm just thinking through like timeline here. That's not a lot of time.
Well, and that certainly raised my eyebrows. So I did have a discussion with the governor's office, and for starters, I think this letter came out almost 2 weeks ago, but the board meets monthly. So right there, there's 2 weeks that I've had the letter, but really haven't been able to act on it because we can only act when we're together as a board. My understanding is the governor was worried that we would do something in less than 8 weeks. And he's very cognizant of flood relief efforts, schools getting back into session. So no, the 8 weeks was not a deadline. It was, no less than 8 weeks was my understanding. So
Got it.
And I mean, obviously we need to sort of put together a job description, advertise it, accept candidates, interview, meet with the full board. I think 8 weeks under any circumstances would be a tall bar.
Okay, because that felt pretty aggressive. The other thing is do we have a budget? Because I know oftentimes for these positions, there's a national search agency, right? Like there are agencies that cultivate executive candidates, but they come at a fee. Do we have a budget to work with someone like that?
We don't have a specified budget, but what I was told is that obviously any advertising expenses that we undertake would be reimbursed. I think that's a fair question about, whether we want to engage in some.
I think that's different.
Yeah.
I think that's different than advertising, because the search firms that do this work for executive candidates for state government are usually pretty good and can really help with culling and finding good candidates for consideration.
So I will raise that. I don't have an answer for you right now, but that's a good question.
Yeah. Just something we might want to consider, especially given the time frame. Getting some help might be a good thing.
Okay. Lyle?
And is there a point person or people that we're working with in the governor's office or at the AOE?
So, well, not so much at the AOE because we are conducting the search for the new secretary, but I've spoken with a couple of people in the governor's office. So again, I mean, it's a little bit of a balance because this work really has been given to the board, but we don't exist in a vacuum. So
in the past, Maureen or Suzanne have helped the board in terms
Okay.
of logistics if you'd like their services, just to
Okay.
clarify that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking about the things that Tammy just brought up, which would be there'll be many administrative pieces around this. Just back end things that need to be done.
Unless there are further questions or comments, I'm prepared to move. I'm not seeing any other questions or comments. So I hereby move that the State Board of Education establish a committee to conduct the search for a new Secretary of Education and to make recommendations to the board for its selection of no fewer than 3 candidates to be proposed to the governor. Is there a second?
I second that.
It's been seconded by Tammy. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of approving the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. I'm not hearing anybody. Are there any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries unanimously. I further move that the State Board of Education authorize its chair to appoint members to the Secretary Search Committee.
I second.
Okay, it's been seconded by Tammy. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of approving the motion, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries unanimously. So I am going to appoint Lyle Jepson, Jenna O'Farrell, and myself to serve on the committee. And Lyle and Jenna, I will follow up with you and start looking at times to schedule meetings so that we can really start discussing the parameters and how to execute this. So, thank you. Okay, so this now takes us to item M, which is the Act 173 follow-up. And Heather, I think I'm going to turn it to you. I don't know if you received any questions from board members.
I did not. There had been an email that went out from Maureen asking for any follow-up questions after, I believe at, was it last meeting? It's all blurring, but I think last meeting, I reviewed some of the highlights from that final report to the legislature. So I didn't receive any. I also recognize, though, that there had been a mishap, and we thought that the chair and thereby then the board had received the actual report. And so I want to acknowledge that all happened through email after that. So if anyone has questions about that report, I'm happy to take those to the extent that I can.
All right. Tammy, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, Heather, and this has been an ongoing issue, right? With respect to the MOE calculation and the expectations. And the report points out, again, the agency is imposing standards on the LEAs for how to account for spending against their MOE. They're more restrictive than the federal guidelines. And I know the state has been, and I know the agency has been advised by the feds that they are in fact doing that. That's a pretty big deal, because the intent behind, right, there are 2 pieces to 173. One are some of the systemic improvements, but the funding piece is intended to allow new flexibility so that these new systems pieces can go into place. And if the districts don't have the flexibility with that funding, and we're going to stick with a reimbursement, a cost accounting model on the back end, then we're not going to get the systemic improvement. So I guess I'm just really curious why it is we're still in this quagmire around the agency pushing forward with MOE standards that are more restrictive than the federal government, even after the feds have told you and told the agency you don't need to do that. And we know that, and the 173 committee has brought up multiple times now that this is going to be a barrier to implementation with respect to some of the key systemic improvements. So I'm just really curious, like, why is this back? Why is this coming up again? Because it's been discussed now for a couple years, and I know OSEP's been involved. I know Cypher's been involved, and I'm not understanding sort of how we're still finding a report that's saying AOE is putting in place MOE requirements that are more restrictive than what the feds are requiring.
So a couple things I would say. So we're not, if we were not in compliance with something, we would have a finding on that. And to my knowledge, we don't have that. So even though the feds have weighed in, I'm not sure. I need to do a little bit more background information on what that actually means, because if we were,
what they've said is that the restrictive accounting that is being imposed on LEAs with respect to federal dollars and state dollars by extension is not required for the MOE calculation. That there are other ways we can do they can meet the standard for accounting for MOE, and then the state can meet for MFS. But if you require that cost accounting, which is sort of a legacy of the old reimbursement system, then no one's ever going to be able to use the dollars in a flexible way, right? Which is really the intent of 173.
So my sense is that this is a far more complex matter that I don't have the knowledge base for. If it were something that could simply be tweaked, my confidence is that we would have done it by now. And what we might have is something going on within our fiscal system that perhaps might not even be something that is within the agency's purview. So what I recommend,
what the 173 report says is that the agency has a different interpretation of the MOE requirement. That's what the report has said, and that's what the 173 committee has said over and over again, is that there are different interpretations. And so, I think
different
the interpretation by the agency is one that's more restrictive than what the feds are telling you it needs to be.
So rather than us kind of talk at this high level, what I'd really like is for us to perhaps put an agenda item on an upcoming meeting and actually bring in my staff that actually work on this in and out, and actually have a more robust presentation on what the thinking is, what the process is, the why, all the things you're asking, Tammy, so that we actually have a much more fuller depiction of the actual facts. So I don't have a very strong sense of that myself, because this has not been an area prior to being acting secretary that I really oversaw. So I will own that. I am not, I'm not really the right person to answer these detailed questions, but I definitely want us to be able to provide answers to those questions. So I think the way to do that is to actually have our team come in and just walk folks through.
Makes total sense. It's just I'm flagging it as this has come up in the final report, and it's been brought up by the committee over and over and over again. And it is a key barrier to successfully implementing the intent of 173. It will, if the districts don't have that flexibility, then much of what 173 was intended to do systemically, it will completely unwind. So it is a linchpin issue. And I think the 173 committee in their report are flagging it as a linchpin issue that is still unresolved. So I guess that's why I caught my eye. So I understand let's table it. It's also 12:42. So let's table it. Let's come back to it. But I just like you, I want to put a pin in that, because I think we all are really see 173 and the importance of 173 in terms of systemic improvement around struggling learners in the state as a really important thing that we get right. And that if that's going to unwind it, then I think we all need to work together to figure out how to fix that. And I think the 173 committee is signaling like this is still unresolved.
Agreed. So I'm very happy to get to resolution. And I think that first step is to actually
Sounds good.
have a presentation so that because I feel like the folks in the education agency have not really had a chance to kind of explain themselves or talk about whether the rendition is factually accurate that's in the recommendation or not to begin with. And then secondly, to talk about, to just respond to this point. And I agree with you. I mean, we need to be able to use our funding as flexibly as we possibly can. I mean, agree.
And we're
That's a
hearing,
fundamental aspect.
And we're hearing from the field in multiple ways now that this is still a sticking point, right? And there are resources at the federal government that are dedicated to helping states figure out MOE calculations and how to make that work. So, and everything I've heard from folks that do that work is we should be there's no reason we should be hung up on that. So if we're feeling like we're hung up on it, then maybe we need to get more technical assistance in from the feds to figure it out.
So one thing I will note
let's table it. Let's table it for the next meeting.
One thing I will note is that much of the way the federal government in education has functioned in terms of their perception around all kinds of MOE has not worked for Vermont because of our funding model. So for instance, we have run into all kinds of challenges with ESSER, maintenance of effort and maintenance of equity, and they've had to actually come up with very unique bespoken models for us to actually deploy as a state. And it's because we're the only state that actually allocates our funds the way we do. So for all I know, that's part of what's going on. I'm just not sure.
Let's table it because I don't think that's the case here. But let's if we could put a pin in it, and I'm just raising my hand, not so much to hassle you and the agency, but I'm just noting that the 173 committee has elevated this again, and I think everybody shares a common interest in making sure we want the systemic improvement piece of 173 right. And just like you, part of that's going to have to be flexibility. And if the field is signaling that this is still a blocker, then I'd like to think that we gotta figure that piece out, right? And I believe that there are ways that we can figure it out. So, but let's put a pin in it.
Yeah, I wonder too if we can wrap into that discussion the point about how MTSS remains highly variable, and how best to address that. Whether through board action or agency action. It might be worth exploring.
That was what I was raising my hand on to Jennifer, because they specifically call out the potential for drawing out more information under either EQS or in a different rulemaking mechanism. And while we're open for public comment on EQS, I think we need to seriously consider how to be most effective in remedying the inconsistencies in MTSS. And I certainly remember that from our time in working on the 2360 rules. It was a very common thing then. So if it's not by virtue of guidance, or guidance hasn't been able to, and technical support from the agency hasn't been able to remedy that problem, then there may need to be more within EQS if that is efficient and effective while it's open, or if that is not the mechanism, then there may need to be another set of rules. Thanks for raising it.
Yeah. And I wonder too if maybe the EQS committee wants to invite Megan Roy into, sort of see how she's thinking, could this slot into EQS, and if so, how?
She, I know, obviously is in a different role now than she was in when she took up that responsibility. So I would certainly be happy to either have Tammy or myself reach out, but also expect that she may refer us elsewhere for that.
I was going to say, let's reach out to her, but it may be that she needs to defer that to somebody else. So,
Yeah.
but yes, and there are lots of reasons for an inequitable implementation of MTSS around the state, right? And some of that I think we can handle in regulation. I know the agency is really keen on this and doing a lot of good work on trying to do that. And the funding's part of it, right? Like this is a big systemic improvement challenge, right? That we've got, that I think we're working on as a state. So I think we got to think about like all three of those legs of the stool at the same time.
Yeah. Heather?
Yeah, thanks, Tammy, for that. I just wanted to maybe just add on to a couple of points along that line. So part of this really has to do with the model of the agency that we've had for the past several years, which is the agency providing technical assistance and supports, but largely to the districts, so that the districts actually can then develop their own local systems of professional development, supports that they're going to provide, and so on and so forth. So given that, you probably would always see some variability. So I think what is meant here is the quality of the processes that are happening are not perhaps of equivalent magnitude. So,
and I think this is where the district quality standards are going to come in to help.
Exactly.
That's right. So I'm not sure it's the EQS. It actually may be the DQS that we need to talk about, but.
Right, because rules don't technically get into the procedures, right? Procedures come after the rules. So I think that it's a really important conversation to be had, though. I'm not trying to kind of, sweep it under the rug at all. I think it's really important. But part of what has happened and what has been frustrating from the field's perspective throughout all of this work is this notion that the agency hasn't provided the professional development. And I mean, I think we could produce volumes, as Tammy has actually mentioned, of technical assistance, actual rubrics to use, all kinds of things. I think really what is happening is there's a difference in capacity at each local level to actually lift and in a quality way deploy MTSS. So it's not to say that it's not important and we need to get to that equity, but I feel that I need to be a little defensive on behalf of our folks who are trying to do that work. And I think it's right to call out that it's not working. I'm just not sure. I think we need a sort of a reboot to kind of collectively think about what is the solution then. And maybe it is that the agency becomes much more of a direct provider of PD again, which we used to decades ago. We've moved away from that for good reasons, Now I'm waxing philosophic. So, but
let me be clear, Heather. If I came across as suggesting the agency isn't, I've got no critique of the agency.
You did not.
Okay.
No one.
Let me be clear.
I
think your team has been working really hard. I think this is a systemic change.
Yeah.
And systems changes are hard, and there are a lot of reasons, a lot of different reasons in different places for why we see differences in quality, right? Some are capacity, some are other things, right? And it's just a big systems change challenge, right? And the agency is going to play a really important role, but I don't know that you can do it all on your own. So, and I think your team has been doing a really good job. They've been working hard. So please don't take my comments that way. But I do think we got to, I'm worried about the funding piece. I'm worried about the funding piece.
Sorry, I just realized I'm muted. Are there any other concluding comments or remarks?
I did.
Yeah.
Sorry. And
then Mohammed.
Okay, if Mohammed wants to go first, that's fine, because I think this may be an ancillary question regarding 173.
Mohammed and then Kim. And Mohammed, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. I still can't hear Mohammed. Does anyone else? No.
I cannot hear him either.
So Mohammed, I don't know if you're muted and I can't even see how you're in the meeting. If you're on the phone, it's *5. Well, actually, you've already raised your hand. *6 to unmute. He says back to Kim, then technical issue. So Kim, back to you.
Sorry, yeah. I am not sure. I guess what I'm wondering is if we have a status update on those that are intending, like have completed whatever would be necessary to be approved to receive public tuition. Essentially, it's sort of a ancillary to 173 because it's those that are able to meet the requirements.
We had talked at our last meeting about sort of having a batch group of school. I think this is what you're asking, Kim, about.
Yeah, I was just wondering. I don't even know that I understood for sure that we thought that was going to be the mechanism. I did raise that as something that we thought there's now a new category. So what is our role in it? But I didn't know if we even have understanding that that is not on our agenda for this round. What is our plan for it? And if Heather has any update on how many have responded or how many we have.
This wasn't on the agenda, so I didn't prepare any update on this. Happy to, again, put that on the agenda for next time. What I can say is that the team has really been focused on meeting with and guiding and providing technical assistance to schools that are planning for the first time to provide services, special education services to meet the new requirement. Again, I will note that the very large majority of schools who are planning then providing special education services, just want to note that again, we're talking about a small number of new schools who are planning to do that. So I'm very happy to provide, have the team come in for another meeting and provide a much more robust update on that. But we've really been focusing on just making sure that the independent schools that are new to this really have what they need. And there's not that many of them.
Did the ad test, whatever it is you're requiring for schools to elect to be eligible to receive public tuition, or a test that they're able, did that form go out to everybody already? And
I don't think it's gone out yet. I think we're working with we're getting it up onto a system with our digital services agency so it can be electronically collected so that it can actually get the kind of information you're asking about much more readily. I can certainly update you as soon as that's up. I did put a rush order on it last week, so hopefully it'll be up, fingers crossed, by the end of this week. That's my goal.
So as families are enrolling their students, they may not know yet whether or not to expect public tuition.
So who retains that information are the LEAs. So they do know because of the local conversations they've been having.
But would the LEAs know if the form isn't available to independents yet? Would the LEAs know what you are considering able to meet the standard of eligible to serve students with special needs?
So again, we're talking about a very small number of new schools that have not been already providing fully special education services. So for the vast majority of what's happening at the local level, there are no changes. I just want to clarify that again. So in those instances where there is typically a brand new school that's never actually offered special education services, we've not been hearing that there's a major concern from either
the district or parents in that space that they don't know what's going on. It is possible after all of this training and conversation and workshops that we've been doing with the small number of independent schools that they could have somehow missed the boat, but we don't anticipate that because we've been really doing a lot of hand holding to make sure that they know exactly what is offered. And if they don't know what's offered, you know, they're encouraged to certainly let their SUs and SDs know in their area that they're not going to be able to provide these services. Again, it's the LEAs that still actually have the requirement to make sure that the provision of special education services are provided.
So let me just suggest, because I know that we're over time here. I think maybe if we add this as an agenda item next month, I think, Heather, you'll probably have a better sense of, you know, the small universe of schools and whether they've been able to achieve this, you know, bar that's put forth in 22-29. And then we can, you know, have a more focused discussion on that, because I think right now, I'm not sure that you have like the information at your fingertips to be able to respond, and it wasn't on the agenda. I'm sensitive to that as well. So
yep, happy to do that. Yeah, very happy to do that.
Okay. Anything further for the Act 173 follow-up? And I don't know. Oh, Mohammed, your hand is up. Although unfortunately, I still can't hear Mohammed.
Mohammed might want to leave and rejoin.
And I don't see him back in yet. What I might suggest, because we are going to be revisiting this at a future meeting, is, and I can follow with Mohammed, but maybe we can hold off on that question until we discuss it at our next meeting. So I think, because I'm not seeing him back on, I'm going to shift to item N, which is public to be heard. And I don't know if we have any members of the public who wish to be heard. If you do, *5 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. And I don't see anyone's hand raised. So, all right. Well, then that takes us to the end of our meeting. This has been a very productive meeting, a little bit longer than it's been the last few months, but I think we're, you know, summer is coming to an end. With that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I move to adjourn.
Well, I heard Wild first and seconded by Tammy. All those in favor, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. All right.
Everyone enjoy the last gasp of summer here. See you all in September.
Yeah. Well, actually, we'll see everyone, I hope, next Friday.
Oh, that's right. Never mind.
Yeah. Meantime, we stand in adjournment. Thank you all very much.
Bye.